myself. I'm going to be striking the appointment for Josephina Flores Morales. She has withdrawn her application. I also will be striking the 2 judicial board appointments. We'll be doing those at a later meeting. That was a miscommunication on my part because as for our USA Constitution, it says you have to have 2/3 of members approved. And so I interpreted that as 2/3 of the whole council, when it's actually 2/3 of voting membership. So we'll actually just be doing those appointments next time, because I told them that we had to have 2/3 of all council, which I didn't think we would have. So that is my error. We'll be tabling those 2 appointments. And then I actually will be striking AFC Communications Board Noah Wallace. So I will not be tabling that appointment. I'll just be officially striking. Prior to my interview with him, he displayed a lot of potential. However, after hearing the ARC's recommendation, I just want to tell you I take your recommendation very, very seriously. And I felt like he wasn't necessarily prepared for the position. So I will be striking his appointment. He has been notified. Opening up 1 spot for communications boards if you have any friends or any notice students that would be qualified for that position, or so display some sort of potential for that position. So again, just review, I'll be striking the CAC position Josephina Flores Morales. I will be tabling the 2 judicial board appointments and striking the SUCLA Communications Board appointment Noah Wallace. Are there any other amendments to the agenda? What's that?
I'd like to strike the PPP travel tax grant. I apologize for not doing that on time.
Okay.
She was just striking this, right?
Great.
I just wanted to strike the ARC fund.
All right. Okay. So we just have contingency. Okay, great. So that will be a discussion item under new business. We will not be voting on that. So I'm going to put it under new business. What did you name it? Okay, so let's act investigation by FICOM. So let's act investigation by FICOM as part C under new business, and we will not be voting on that. Are there any other amendments to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, I can entertain a motion at any time, as always. Ian?
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
All right, is there a second? Second by Ricky. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Those against? And those abstain? All right, to a 10-0-0 vote, the amended agenda has been approved. Also, I'd like to welcome back everyone who hasn't been here. Since we came back, we have Zach, Trent, and Danny. So welcome back, y'all. And Danielle's also taking notes via USAC line. If there are any questions. Okay, and we'll go on to approval of the minutes from August 3rd. Heather?
I have a friendly amendment. It says Anais is present and absent, so just a little absent.
So Danielle, delete,
Yeah.
delete, and then just resend.
Okay, great. All right, any other discussion regarding the minutes from August 3rd? Here.
I move to approve the minutes from August 3rd as amended.
All right, for a second?
Second.
Okay, second by EDG. Okay, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, we have that. Here's your okay. 5, yeah, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You're missing.
Ariel.
But you're abstaining. Oh, wait, that's what it is. Okay. Because like we counted 10 earlier. Sorry, one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Those against, and those that abstain. All right, so 9-0-1 vote. The administrators. Sorry about that. Also, before we go on to public comments, can any proxies just quickly introduce yourself and then who you're proxying for?
Hi guys, I'm Susanna, proxy for.
Great.
Hi, I'm Yaakov. I'm proxy for Annalise Jennifer.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so we'll go on to public comments. So for any public commenters in the room, the first round of public comments will be audio only, so your face will not be seen on USAC Live. You have 2 minutes for your public comment, and I will tell you to stop at 2 minutes. The second round of public comment will be public comment with audio and visual. So we'll go ahead and do audio only public comments. So start over here for audio only. Okay, seeing no audio only, we'll go ahead and turn the visual on. Thank you, Heather. All right, so this is for audio and visual public comments. So start over here. Okay, we'll do one more round for audio and visual. Okay, so I move to close public comment at 7:08. All right, we'll go on to special presentations. So first up is from the General Representative office. So all your comment. All right.
So in Mayo Garcia, will be presenting.
That's the initial page PowerPoint.
Oh, yeah, that's mine. Oh, sorry. Tell me too. I don't know. This one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so for special presentations, you'll have 15 minutes.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
So do you want me to warn you around like 12 minutes?
Tell me
Time
to
for
find
questions,
out.
and then you can break.
Cool. Hi everyone. So I would like to introduce myself. I'm Marinel Garcia. I'm currently the chair of Metro of the UCLA. Last year I held the position of National Affairs Director for the External Vice President's Office, and also was part of the United States Student Association Board of Directors, so the governing board of the USSA. And in that position, I was the National Queer Student of Color Caucus Chair. So it's a lot of things, right? But essentially, I'm queer, and I was the caucus chair of the queer community at the United States Student Association level. Unfortunately, my co-presenter, Aja Campbell, couldn't make it. She's the USSA West Coast organizer for the United States Student Association. Her car got towed, so I will be doing this all by myself. But essentially, we both contributed to the to this PowerPoint and why USSA is important overall. So before we start, has anybody ever been to a USSA conference or congress in the room? No? Nobody has been to it? So I have been to many, and so essentially a lot of the things that students get from the conference is learning how to organize. So we have what's called grill training. Another thing that we get is learning how to lobby and gain skills in learning how to lobby to our national representatives in Congress. And we do that when we go to what's called the Legislative Conference, which is held every year around March. So the United States Student Association, or USSA, is the nation's oldest, largest student-run, student-led social and education justice organization, representing over 1.5 million students. So we not only have representation from California, but we have representation from Wisconsin, New Jersey, from the actual state of Washington, D.C., not as a state, right? Whatever Washington, D.C. is our capital. So essentially, we have a lot of representation across the USSA, and it doesn't serve as a lobby organization, it serves as a coalition of students from the national arena working on various different issues. So the things that USSA holds annually every year are two different conferences. The one is called the National Student Congress, which occurred this year during the month of the beginning part of August. So Congress every year is for all USSA members, potential members, to go to Congress and to vote on various different efforts that the USSA is going to work on. So one of them being last year, working on the state of emergency while we go further into that time. And the second one is the rate on student aid, which if y'all remember, I presented a lot about taking the Pell Grant, like Pell Grant. So that's one of the things that we work on. So Congress is pretty much that space where students from across the nation vote on what they want to work on throughout the academic year up until next year's Congress. If we don't want to choose a new issue, what we'll do is we'll put up these AAs, as what we call them, and we'll say like, hey, we haven't finished this issue, we continue it on for next year. So we don't believe in like circulating or creating a new idea we haven't finished the issue from the previous year. For example, like the All of Us with Mental Health campaign, it was a continuation of UCSA this year, right? It's changed from All of Us to Let's Talk. So essentially, we want to like continue these different things with USSA as well. So USSA and UCSA are two different things, right? UCSA is for the University of California system. USSA is for the United States Student Association. So not to confuse. The next thing that I was talking about was the Legislative Congress conference. So The ZEDGE fund is where we focus on advancing legislation, national policies, we lobby. This year we actually had a direct action against prisons, and especially for the deal like the prison industrial complex. So we protested a juvenile detention center in Washington D.C. And so this protest was essentially to get this the Washington D.C. area knowledge of like what's going on with the mass incarceration of people of color. Benefits of membership. So why should we continue to be members of the USSA? Well, historically, we've always been a member of the USSA since its origins. We have regular statewide visits from USSA national staff and officers. So in regards to these campaigns, the whole West Coast has our own specific organizer, and UCLA and the WC specifically want one just catered to California. But in terms of like divesting for USSA, if we were to divest or like this membership, we wouldn't be able to ask for this California specific organizer. And they're pretty much used to rally like the whole University of California system, community colleges, CSUs. This is essentially to garner that support. It's not just a four-year institution, right? Because in terms of higher education, it goes from community college all the way to a four-year university. We have trainings and advisement on statewide campaigns. So if the UCSA needs help with effort or any SSO, general SSOs are statewide student organization. So ours is UCSA, Oregon has their own, Washington State has one, Arizona has one. So in regards to that, like if Arizona Student Association needs help from UCSA, we're able to have that engagement, that connection with them. What we do as another benefit is to have voting rights at that convention that I was talking about called Congress. So if UCLA wants to bring up an issue that UCLA students feel that needs to happen, then we'll bring it up to USSA. So what's funny from that UCLA like prior to stuff on is on the All of Us campaign, right? Bringing them to health awareness. And Savannah Badlich, she did a great job in making that a national effort, right? But if we wanted USSA to make that a campaign, we would have to be members of this organization in order to bring up that resolution to make that a national campaign for USSA and others. Direct contact with the national staff officers in DC to track decisions being made at the federal level and provide ways for U.S. students to affect those decisions. So from my experience as being National Affairs Director, it's very difficult to have that relationship one-on-one to be part of representatives accountable because then they vote too much. And voting in regards to Congress and what different bills are, we push it down. So it's very difficult as a student to maintain that. So we have the United States Student Association keeping that track record for us. So when we go lobby them, they provide us that information. So we don't have to be necessarily accountable to that. We don't have to necessarily be accountable to keeping all that record. They already do it for us. They tell us like they would yes on this, they would no on that. So we don't. It's a huge process, right? And then they offer the one road training a year. Has anybody ever done a road training before? What is road training?
It's like organizing training that also helps you kind of do it on after this one. Organizing those levels.
So, for example, grassroots organizing weekend training looks more like very kind of grassroots organizing. So, the 515, that's a grassroots movement. The Health for All, that's a grassroots movement. Gay marriage, that's a grassroots movement. So, essentially, this training shows you how to organize at that level. So board of directors, I was saying, they're chosen every year at Congress. So board of directors is that's where it gets the USSA student-run, student-led organization aspect of it. So it's all student-run. We do have a full-time staff that is paid for by essentially the since USSA is such a old organization, we do have steady flow of donations from alumni, things of that nature, and our alumni vary from the White House to Congress, Capitol Hill, to lobby organizations. So the USSA alumni vary, and that's what makes the coalition so powerful, right? Because in regards, we don't have to start something from scratch, something from brand new. We already have all those connections and people in place and power that if we wanted to do something in the national arena, we would be able to accomplish it with these. Not with these, because we still have to organize and get that momentum started, but it makes the job a lot easier. This year, since UCLA did not take any delegates to USSA Congress. Unfortunately, we don't have any board positions this year on USSA board. So UCLA has always been historically the main organizer for all the other conferences and issues. And unfortunately, we won't have a say in that this year because the external resident office didn't take a delegation to this conference. For USSA campaigns, again, as I mentioned, state of emergency fund the future. Has anybody here received the Pell Grant? Nobody received the Pell Grant? A few of you. So we all know what the Pell Grant is. It's essentially financial aid that we receive from the federal government. Congress proposed their annual their annual budget to essentially to cut a huge chunk of that Pell Grant, and essentially a lot of students of low income and middle class require that to pay for university fees and tuition and housing. So the Fund the Future is like what's near and dear to my heart, because I really believe in if you don't have the financial means of things higher education, you won't be here. So funding is a huge aspect of one of the USAC campaigns. The other one is the state of emergency, which focuses on the liberation of Black and brown people, the challenging institutional systems of oppression. So in regards to this, we had a lot of national solidarity with Baltimore and Baltimore uprising, creating the Baltimore Act, which built on the trust in order to multiply opportunities and racial equality, the Border Empowerment Act, which you all listen to the news. That's something that's being talked about right now. It's like revamping the idea of like the Voting Rights Act, and where it has some laws in it as well. So in regards to USAC, it's very locally recognized. We are dealing through it. So there's like 2 articles that I particularly want to talk about that were set out this year. So one of them being challenging the budget cuts, right? So the Pell Grant was proposed to be cut by, and I forgot the numbers, but essentially it was going to be cut. And so essentially we did a national campaign. So when we went to Lechton this past year, we got 10 students arrested as a means of like showing resistance right to budget cut. It was to show that if we were to cut this budget, a lot of students would be able to afford higher education, and so the data was more about that and freezing the cuts to the program. The next one is particularly talking about the 12 students that they looked to this delegation to Washington, D.C. We just basically talked about how Congress wants to cut the budget, and essentially how USAC, National Grants for Legislative Congress that comes track of that in Washington, D.C. So essentially, if we were to have like our own national organization, there would only be 12 students, and the other 12 students will get national attention when we do a protest. Not really right. So we had to use the means of USSA and all the national, all the other students who went to this conference to show strength in numbers, right? So the next thing is national recognition, right? So one of the other things that we worked on was eliminating the predatory banking policies that banks usually do in regards to paying back loans or essentially just getting back the money. So we have Beth Gray, who is part of the USSA full-time faculty. She said that it's students affected by overdraft and other fees to Washington to meet with the Education Department and professional staff. So essentially, we are able to sit in like meetings with the Department of Education and hold all these type positions. And so this organization gives us that platform in order to advocate for students and what they need in the law. The other one is.
You're about 12 minutes.
Okay, cool. So the other one is in regards to the budget and how the Republican Congress Committee called this letting me step to say that the cut to the program isn't going to affect students, when in reality it's going to affect them. And the next one. Students arrested. So this is when I was talking about how students got arrested. So 2 students were arrested on the Supreme Court already. And so we just got national coverage, and essentially at the end of the day, our efforts were success because only 1% of the program or the whole funding of education was cut, rather than like the higher percentage of that they were originally proposed. So we'll go on to the next one. So essentially, this picture also shows like how UCLA is the leader in regards to the efforts. And so one of the huge things that they also advocate for is paid internships, which in the West Coast aspect, we never get paid for our internship. So it's something that they also advocate for in Congress. This is a recent article, I don't know if you all saw it, but Hillary Clinton also hopes to create a plan to make college more affordable, and we're always at the forefront of like the student voice. So as you can see, our Mota, he's from UC Santa Cruz. He was asked to be interviewed in regards to this proposition, and we're very critical. So he says this proposal will definitely make college more affordable and accessible for students across the country. However, it does not go far enough. So USAC believes in higher free education, not just pay part of it, but give us free access, essentially. So we're also globally recognized in regards to debt, in regards to debt, student debt is the highest debt in the United States. It's higher than credit card debt. So national organizations also look to the United States Student Association to be the forefront for student voice. For USSA and UCLA, I just want to bring up this point. If we were to get rid of USSA, how will UCLA be that forefront messenger in regards to the national arena? Like, how much power do UCLA or just a group of 12 students would have versus the actual power that a national organization gives us in regards to maintaining membership? And so that's kind of what that slide says. The next one. So some victories, it goes on and on, but essentially we have bills and acts that reward ourselves, that senators from other states, they also adopt our platforms. And so, for example, so Senator Hirono turned one of our platforms into the college affordability package, which essentially says funding education for free. And so that's currently a bill in Congress right now as well.
30 seconds.
So USA victories continue. Again, only 1% of the whole entire potential budget that our Congress wanted to, only 1% went through in Congress, and that was because our efforts of fighting against this potential budget cut because of the national arena. And so that was with our Real Student Aid campaign. And so if you all want more information, you'll have to go to usstudents.org. It has more information on the history. USSA, like I mentioned, is the oldest and largest student-run student-led organization across the nation. So if y'all want to look at more information, you have to go on to that.
Thank you, Ariel. Yeah, absolutely. You can do about 5 questions if we need more, and also entertain motion to extend that. So I can go ahead and open the floor for any questions.
So I'm curious, how many campuses or members or pay membership dues to USSA?
How many campuses pay membership dues? I'm not too sure on that number. That's what Asha was going to cover, because she knows those specific numbers. But right now we're representing 1.5 billion students across the nation. So they're all college students. State, various community college, all the way to 4 universities. So it gives us a lot of power in regards to national politics, because we really need that number in order to lobby. Because if you say like, oh, we represent UCLA with 20,000 big campus, it's not enough compared to 1.5 million students, right?
And where does the number 1.5 million come from?
That comes from other campuses that do pay membership.
Okay.
So 1.5 million, that's like counting students at each campus. Well, that's the total number of students that have paid membership fees.
In all of your experience as a member of USSA, have you ever heard of a campus move?
The only one that has left was Santa Barbara, and that was because I don't know why. Santa Barbara.
No, what year was that?
I don't recall. It was before I got involved in USSA.
Just point of information, Merced is also withdrawn, and UCSA has drawn out the membership fees for 2015-2016. Are there any other questions for? Okay, any other questions?
Did it make sense what USSA was or what it is?
All right, great. Thank you, Ariel.
Thank you all.
And before we go on to our next special presentation, I just wanted to make a comment to, since all of that's under you, under General 7.2, just in regards to council proceedings and Robert's rules, I noticed Zach's name was actually in the PowerPoint. No, it's okay. I just want to make sure there's no ad hominem attacks on council members.
That
So,
wasn't intentional. I just knew it came on.
okay.
The USSA thing, and I actually didn't get a chance to like go through all of it, so I was in the hospital.
Okay, not a problem. So just for future reference for anyone on council, just keep in mind if your name's attached to it, you're the good point and responsible, and just make sure that if we are talking about someone specifically, please reference their office, or if you want to target something on council, please direct it to the chair. Okay, thank you.
Find information, SAFRA, the student aid, financial responsibility act, is not under
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll go on to our next special presentation. This is by Heather Workman and Martin. Okay, so y'all, 15 minutes. And so I'll give you a warning about 12 minutes in.
It'll be a pretty fun. We just want to.
Pretty quick.
Hello, everyone. We just want to share about our trip to Chicago with all of you. Oh, can you start it? Or did you? Oh, I'm sorry. No worries. Okay. Interfaith Youth Corps Conference by Marvin and Heather. I'm Heather, Marvin. Okay, so at the conference, we focused on what is religious pluralism. So it is respect for people's diverse religious and non-religious identities, mutually inspiring relationships between people of different backgrounds, and having common action for the common good. What? How is that done? Well, one, we have science of interfaith cooperation, and we also have the art of interfaith leadership. Okay, so the science of interfaith. So step one, create positive, meaningful relationships. Create positive, meaningful relationships across differences. Number two, fostering appreciative knowledge of other traditions. And with these two steps, attitudes improve, knowledge increases, and we have more relationships, which equals more friends. So that is the interfaith triangle.
And part of what is a science is understanding the process of basically getting this large group of students together. At the conference, there are over 200 people. And so it was amazing to see everyone's different backgrounds. And then a lot of people actually had smaller representations than we had. We had 12 people.
Yeah, huge.
And some people had single students going on behalf of their entire campus. So it was really interesting to get to know everyone in their different backgrounds and what kind of like philosophies they bring to the table. And so part of that art was kind of like not only learning from other people, but also learning about yourself. And you get to find commonalities between people, and also just to get to see like their views and find that they are humans all alike.
What was interesting is that, well, at least for me, it probably took like about an hour, I would say, and we sat down in like these small session rooms, and we were able to like make these diagrams. If any of you attended the smaller conference that we had that was on the hill, it was similar to that exercise, where you kind of just draw the different components that make up like your identity, and you're able to kind of write down all of the different values that you have. And I thought it was a really like reflective process, because a lot of times you don't really get to take the time to, evaluate where you're at in like your spiritual journey, religious and non-religious beliefs. So I thought that was really cool. It's very, very enlightening about yourself.
Yeah.
So
And
cool.
another kind of activity we did with everyone involved storytelling. In that a lot of people with the different backgrounds, it's hard to really gauge how they what their experiences are like. And the best way is actually through storytelling, whether it's you explaining your story or basically listening to other people tell their story. And they had a kind of very simple framework where they asked us to come up with the challenge and then think about what thoughts and what decisions you made, that one decision, and then what outcome came out from that. And so following these three simple things, you can come up with a story that is influential to the point where we can get an entire room of people focused and talking about just one simple story, and you can get a lot of insight into people and what their philosophies are and bring to the table.
All right. So this is one of the main focus points of the entire conference, and it was that we are better together. And they had three different steps and phases for achieving this better together movement. And that was step one, voice. So it's to create a space where people feel comfortable expressing their own values and their own opinions and what makes up their fundamental ideologies.
Yeah. And then the second one is to engage, where you take people from across different religious identities, different non-religious identities, philosophies, and then you essentially bring everyone together for interfaith cooperation. And the best way to achieve that is through rallying around one type of single good cause that all of humanity can agree upon. And it was interesting to see how everyone from the different campuses gave the ideas of what topics that they're discussing or what things they wanted to tackle. And better?
So that is step 3, act. So despite having different religious ideologies and identities, we all at the core of our different beliefs want to make the world a better place. And so we can unite in acting to make the world a better place through interfaith social action. So we have some reflection.
That's part of the presentation right here.
Us sharing our stories. So this is us, just Marvin and I being
Literally a reflection.
like a reflection of the reflection,
Yeah.
just us thinking about our thoughts
Our thoughts, our reflections.
on this.
This is a nice picture of Chicago deep dish pizza, which I would share with y'all as be a great high point of this meeting.
Starvin Marvin over here.
And we have a casual picture of this Mario and Easy. And 6 different 12-inch deep dish pizzas for us. We had 10 people go that night.
Yeah.
And then we ended up, even with 10 people, we ended up with like 2 whole pizzas. It was really
Did you
good.
guys feel very receiving?
On to more reflection.
Yes.
One of the big things I took from this conference and my time there was I attended and I felt I attended and identified as the person that wasn't 100% religious or necessarily claiming one certain standard form of belief or so. So I really wanted to head in with an open mind, learn from other people, learn from what they think, what they believe, and how they act upon their ideas. And so with that, I found so many different philosophies, and then also I had a chance to basically think about myself, learn about myself more, and see that when you engage with different people, especially with different stuff, you get to like look down into yourself and then draw those identities out and kind of find the commonalities. And then all these are brought together by the social action, and I think it was really amazing how when we compared schools and stuff, obviously you still have this big presence there. When we compared schools, we realized how, we realized how like kind of ahead we are in terms of rallying together different social groups actually, even though many people might disagree. Like you feel like we feel at least, I think I can speak for Heather too. I feel like we're pretty ahead in terms of rallying together interfaith cooperation, especially.
Obviously, so much more to do though.
Yeah, and so one of the things that we thought was a perfect example was the All of Us campaign, where we rallied around improving mental health, improving awareness, and improving the resources that are available to students and such.
Another point that I really enjoyed about this conference was the idea that you really can't hate anyone whose stories that you know. And that's why it's so important to really have time to storytell and to first of all, create a space where you're able to share your story and to listen with open ears. And it was really one of the most beautiful experiences. Like we sat in a room with about 30 people, and they come from all sorts of different backgrounds, and it was just so inspiring to hear all of their unique stories. And we had a lot of really potentially contentious conversations, but because we established these community guidelines and established these relationships, we were really able to talk through a lot of different difficult conversations about our differences, and it was just so inspiring to see those conversations actually being had. So just it gave me hope, and it was just really awesome. And then another kind of takeaway point that I had was that specifically speaking to like religious identities is that no one should ever try to get Hinduism and Catholicism to come together, because the beauty is that they are different. That you can bring Hindus and Catholics together and unite behind doing work and community service. And so that was the most beautiful thing, just like embracing community and running with that.
And so our next slide, where we want to talk, is we want to challenge the people on this table to basically kind of think or reflect, as we reflected kind of, what do you think like interfaith cooperation could look like on this campus? Whether you identify things that are happening right now, such as the All of Us Mental Health campaign, or things that you would like to see or things that you think could happen. Like we really think that it'd be a good challenge for everyone.
It's just like an open conversation that we don't have to have right now, but it's just something to kind of brainstorm and have, in the back of our heads, and maybe we can talk about it at council retreat, moving forward. That, like, how do we want to have these conversations, and how do we want to bring people together? So at other schools, they have Better Together student organizations, which is one form that they presented on the ISYC website, which is the Interfaith Youth for Development website. They have all of these different resources of how you can start that movement on your campus. But our school is really big, so maybe that's not something we want to have. Maybe we want to have an interfaith council where we bring together different representatives from, a bunch of different identities, and come together and create, a space where we're able to share our stories and talk about our different identities. So, it's up there, it's open. Brainstorm some ideas, and we can talk about it at a later time.
Yeah. And moving forward, right after we got back, immediately the first thing was, we're gonna sit down, we're gonna reflect, kind of rest a little from all the pizza. Also, the first thing I want to do is essentially bring us all back together. We're gonna sit down and have a nice brainstorming session. And so we're working with that, not just on like student level. They want to see implementation across all of us.
Yeah, there's a lot of administrative support to this notion of having interfaith space for people, or some sort of event still to be determined on this, which was really cool to see. So the conversation will continue.
Yeah, and actually, similar to what was put on like the workshop last year on the Hill, they're actually planning on coming back, right? So
Ebu's coming. Ebu Patel
Yeah.
is a legend. Everyone's sending videos, and it's actually really cool. He just is one of the most inspiring people I've ever encountered. So I'll send him to you.
I think we're good for now.
Yeah.
So anyone has any questions?
Go around Foster. Are there any questions?
Is Eden still coming with the group that gave us that educate dialogue? Is that
So he's the founder of the Interfaith Core movement. So I don't know if he'd be coming on behalf of his organization or on behalf of like part of a bigger initiative that some campus entity is going to be putting on, but we were told he's coming, so that's exciting.
That's good. Yeah, I would love to work with y'all, because right now I'm working on how to establish a non-denominational prayer.
We had thought about that in Chicago, and we're like, oh my gosh.
This is like such a perfect way. I know like one of my missions, especially after having like a workshop, was to make sure that like a lot of students knew about like the interfaith space there, especially since we are one of the few campuses that don't have an interfaith space. So I feel like the activities y'all learned would be great, because I know at the last conference or workshop, it was mostly like leaders. So it would be awesome for like the students, like the
Absolutely. Thank you.
For sure. Any other questions? Nail us. Okay. Questions.
What toppings on pizza we got?
Oh yeah.
Did you go to Giordano's?
Yeah, that's my favorite thing.
Good.
It was amazing. All right, thank you. You're welcome, council. Okay, so now. All right, so we're going to go on to our appointments. So the first is on the appointment is Lindsay Allen, her election board chair. We're just pulling her up on Skype. And then we can yeah. Okay. Fingers crossed. Hi, Lindsay, we're starting up.
Hi. Oh.
All right. Can you hear us?
Yes, you can.
Okay, perfect. Hi, Lindsay. So we're going to go ahead and start with your ARC review from your interview. So we'll have Heather Borderman read that.
But in the meantime, just as, what we're gonna be doing, so it's gonna be a 1-minute introduction by you, followed by 5 minutes for questions by the council, and then a 1-minute closing.
Okay.
Great, so before you get started, I'm gonna have Heather read your ARC interview, as well as you have the office description. Okay. And she'll also read a description of what the election board chairperson is. Okay.
So, election board chairperson. Chairs the election board and nominates and supervises members of the election board executive committee. Is responsible to USAC for the administration of all aspects of USAC elections. Extensive time commitment before and during regular spring election. The chairperson will also oversee any special elections that occur during her/his tenure. The chairperson is appointed by the USAC president for a 1-year term. So Lindsay Allen, in her interview, received a 3-0-0 vote. She has a vision for a larger people. She wants to increase voter turnout and humanize elections. Wants to have an event for candidates and CNs to hear ideas and get to know each other prior to the orientation. And will consult with investigations and everyone else for conflicts that arise. And has a great understanding of the process.
All right, thank you, Heather. So Lindsay, you have 1 minute for your introduction. I'll say 50 into the microphone when it's 50 seconds, so you know I have about 10 seconds left.
Okay.
All right, so ready to begin whenever you are.
So I'm Lindsay, and I'm here to get the upcoming election board person. I'll go back to my experience on the election board. I came on early as a first year last year. And I came on with, little knowledge of the process, but Sean sort of gave me a lot of responsibility, which I am appreciative of, because it was really organized the whole process. I helped him edit the election code, bring it to the council table, work with council there, work with them on the calendar, on the actual code itself. And then I helped put up the meet candidates event, endorsements event, candidate debates, and then helped with reviewing finances and investigations. And have been working with Sean ever since. A little background, I guess, as to my involvement at UCLA. I'm the Academic Excellence Committee Chairperson for my post-class and sorority. And then I also work for the Bucks News. And I help the Emily Stone.
Sorry, you're called up for Skype. I was like, that was a minute. Okay. Sorry, yeah, that was a minute. So go on to 5 minutes for questions. So any questions by the council?
So what is one thing that you felt Shagin implemented that ended up working well, and what is one thing that you would change?
One thing that I think Shagin did well was definitely lead the team with a whole new set of essentially rules to the election. Like the election code changes last year were really grand and really sweeping, and when you do something background and big, it's a little bit experimental and a little bit scary, and could really flop a little. And I think he knew what he was doing, had a vision for the code that he changed, and led the team and saw him through to petition and follow through on all the actual individual articles that he changed, so he did a great job with that. In turn, I guess one thing I would change maybe is how contentious the efforts to try and alleviate the contentiousness and the contentious nature of the election as much as in the power of the election board, as much as the election board can. So that's what I would work on. In terms of increasing voter turnout, so I have a lot of ideas that I'd like to extend upon that we did last year. So social media presence, meal vouchers, cultivating daily billings efforts, because I think that's like the most neutral effort to work with. I'm taking on my UCLA, and then I've been doing some research into like why voter turnout may be so low, and I listened to a few podcasts about how more aggressive candidacies are, and an election is actually disincentivize voters to take part in the election. So I think it'd be interesting to coordinate efforts to decrease the contentious nature of an election and see if that increases voter turnout.
Great, any other questions? Ian, then Danny.
I don't think. So, my question is, what specific? Okay. All right. So my question is, what specific changes would you make to the election code to make elections less contentious, or what action would you take in that regard?
I'm not sure what specific better in the election code that would change the contentious nature of the election without being like like a tyrannical body, I suppose, like being too an election code that is too like overstepping, I suppose. So I can't pinpoint to a specific election code change that I make, and I'll have to consult a broader team. So yeah, I don't know if the election code itself is really going to change the nature of an election.
Thank you, Ryan, Danny, and then all.
My question is, do you think that we should make any changes to the way endorsements work? And if you think we should make changes, you want to elaborate on what you could improve that process?
Yeah, sure. The endorsements hearing, I would like, in the spirit of a less contentious election season, I really want the endorsements hearing to be very platform based, rather than like intensely candidate based. So that's why I think this is the first year we did pre-screening elections, or last year was the first time we did pre-screened things, which I think is a good idea, and I would like to continue with that. And I think the process is pretty fair for pre-screening elections. They submit their questions, and we either approve it or don't. If we don't approve it, you have an opportunity to appeal. So it's pretty fair to all student groups. And that's the intention of that, is to focus on the quality of the actual endorsements themselves.
Okay, council, we're currently at 4 minutes and 45 seconds. I know all I have questions, so we can make a motion perhaps to extend by either 2 or 3 minutes, or not necessary. 2 minutes, is there a second? All right, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Those against? Those abstain? All right, so we'll extend it by 2 minutes. We're going to go until 6. So all you are next.
Right. Hi, Lindsay. So I know you mentioned decreasing contentiousness, but especially having gone through the elections process, I remember a lot of folks telling me that they either didn't know about the events or know that elections were happening. So can you maybe elaborate on how you would extend your efforts to students and making sure you're outreaching?
Sure. I think it's sort of a matter of the effectiveness of how we spend our publicity budget this is internally in the election board. I think even just within the election board, our budgets need to be a little bit more transparent. Because even as a staff member who plans to do events, I really had no eyes on the budget. It was only a few people who understood the budget, and I think if it's a little more transparent, we can allow for more opportunities to evaluate how efficient and how effectively we're using that budget. And so with that, I think if we can more efficiently spend our publicity efforts on gearing towards getting students to these actual events, that would be better, because that would be something that I would like to see, is that these actual events being like regular students there. Because we're going to try to put them on, so I'd love to see regular students actually taking advantage of them. So I'll work with that.
So we currently have
30 seconds left. Do we want to extend another 2 minutes? Let's see if you can answer. Perfect. Is there a second? Second by Ian. And all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Those against? Those abstain? All right, so 10, 0, 0 vote. We have an additional 2 minutes, 30 seconds left. Yeah.
Do you think that voting should begin on Monday of voting week?
I really would consult with an entire team when it comes to like the calendar directives and reference the election code. Really, it's based on just the schedule of the entire quarter. That's sort of a decision that would be made later in the year as opposed to right now by one person.
Are there any further questions?
Hi, Lindsay. I've heard anecdotal reports of block voting, but I have no idea whether or not they're accurate. So, okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've heard anecdotal reports of block voting, but I have no idea whether or not they're accurate. So my question is, first of all, do you think block voting is a serious concern? And second of all, if so, do you have any plans to alleviate it?
What was the second half of that question?
Plans to alleviate block voting, if it's a concern and if you have plans to alleviate it.
Okay, sure. So block voting is interesting because it needs to be sort of proven and it needs to be shown and investigated by entire teams. To reduce it, you know, I'd actually like to look into like talk with my UCLA about like what technologies they have, whether it's like I think there might be something about like if there's, you know, like an X amount of votes on one device, and it might be, you know, a ton of votes on one device. That is not allowed, that might be considered block voting, because it's more problematic, it's like one device and there's just tons of voting on it. So I'll have to do more research into that. I'm not familiar with the technological aspects of it, but that's what we can work towards this year.
All right, Council, we're at 10 seconds left, so if we want to move to another 2 minutes.
Okay, so before, yeah, because there's not a motion. Okay, so you place a motion.
I place a motion.
Okay. So we're gonna call a question tonight. All right. Is there? The call a question will be those right. Is there any second to the call a question? Is there a second to the call question? All right. It's in the call question. All right. So then we're going to move to. Right. So are there any objections?
I have one more question.
You said one more question.
So do you want to revoke your initial?
I revoke my initial question. I move to extend for one more question. I say one more. No option to extend. Do I extend?
Why don't we just move forward?
All right, so we have a vote on the table for one more question. Is there a second to that? Second by Danny. All right, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those against? Okay, 9, 1. Those abstaining? All right, so 9, 1, 0 vote. There will be one more question. So I'll pass that to all of these candidates.
Do you have ideas of how to better reform Meet the Candidates the same way that you were able to reform the endorsement structure this year?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay.
Do you have ideas on how to reform the Meet the Candidates process the same way you reformed the endorsements process?
So the Meet the Candidates process, we have to sort of do little towards the end of the year and see what's about the process, so there's like changing national green lighting, changing the configuration of the tables, and I think what would be good is if we could, recognizing the issue that we're alluding to is that most of the people in our room are all just involved in the campaigns, and they just run around to each other. So I think to improve that issue would be to really get the average student in there and involved in that, and them being the space that asks the questions. And so that coincides with really efficiently and effectively spending our publicity budget and pushing this media candidate event to regular students. And what that means making it also more accessible. Maybe that means a different venue, maybe that means a different time, a different day. Because we did do on a Friday night last year. So basically just toying with that and the publicity budget in order to get students in there actually asking the questions, curious students, I think could alleviate that event.
Okay, thank you. So go on to your 1 minute closings. I'm ready to begin.
Right, so ultimately this appointment, I think was best. I think I spoke with the election board chairperson quite well. I think I proven my neutrality last year with the election board. Charlene was a major mentor to me, and I could probably say one of the biggest advocates for me. I still talk to him about, what went well for him as a leader and chairperson. He would want to have a good relationship with Chris. And I really care for the integrity of this position and the integrity and legitimacy of the election, because I think that's the most important thing, is how fair we elect our actual students who represent us. And that's the role that I want to take on at UCLA. I think I can effectively fulfill.
Thank you, Lindsay, for a round of applause.
Okay, so this is always a little awkward over Skype, but what happens next is we have our discussion with council. So if you were in person, I would offer the opportunity for you to walk outside if you prefer to be outside, or if you prefer to stay in the room. Since you're via Skype, you're welcome to turn off the call and I can call you back with what you have, or you can just stay on. It's whatever your preference is.
I'll stay on.
I would say, because you're watching this out live anyway, but. All right, so now we'll be up to the council for discussion. So are there any discussion items?
I think Lindsay is a wonderful appointment to the position of election board chair. I think that she has such a solid vision for what she wants to do with elections this year, and I think she's so knowledgeable about the different intricate processes of of elections as a whole, and I think that she'll make a wonderful and I think that she really prioritizes fairness and equity for different candidates, and she really wants to have students engaged in the process as well, which I think is a major issue. And like going through elections last year, it's oftentimes like the same students that are coming to all of these events, and so I really look forward to seeing the plans that she has for engaging different students.
Trent? Okay, start with 7 minutes. Okay. 7 minutes out. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Those against? And those that abstain? All right, so 10-0 vote. You've been approved, Lindsay. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you.
Okay, well, not in Skype, but in person. We have our next appointment. So actually, before you come up, we'll have Heather read your AR screen review, as well as the description of the position.
Hold on, let me find you. Lots of open today.
Okay, so the position is ASUCLA Communications Board.
Promotes and advances UCLA student media. The three standing committees of the Communications Board are 1, the Executive Committee, 2, the Finance Committee, and 3, the Operations Committee. The Executive Committee performs the annual performance review of the Director. The Finance Committee oversees the preparation of the annual budget and ensures that the Board stays within the budget. The Operations Committee reviews and revises the Constitution, bylaws, and policy and procedures manual, and meets with the media to ensure that the Board and its media adhere to the necessary policies. They meet monthly, including a 2-day retreat in August. There are 4 undergraduates, 2-year staggered terms. May not serve as a staff member or receive compensation from student media. May not be a USAC official and may not hold another USAC appointed position while on Communications Board. Meets monthly, including oh, that's just a repeat, sorry about that. Okay, so Ashley had a 3-0-0 vote. The notes from her interview were, and Stephanie took care of this. There was a clarification made. She said 16% of student media's budget comes from ASUCA student fees instead of 16% of student fees going towards student media. So that's just a percentage clarification on where the funds are coming from. New structure of the COM board. Great idea to work with different committees for transparency purposes to get all of the different committees on the same page. That was one of the ideas that she had. And her approach to all of her responses were very realistic and tangible.
Okay, thank you very much. So Ashley, want to come up? So you'll have 1 minute for your introduction, followed by 5 minutes questions to the council, and then 1 minute for your closing. So let me put my timer. Are you organizing headphones? It's kind of hard to find. Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Ashley Moore. I'm currently going to be a 3rd year psychobiology student with hopes of pursuing the education minor. As mentioned in my AOC interview, I have the vision of working with the Finance Committee, Operations, and Executive Committee in hopes of being fiscally sound while remaining promising to the student body, while their main concerns are voiced through the different magazines and publications that are existing on campus today, whether it be the Daily Bruin or the different cultural magazines such as Hom or La Gente, for example. And I think that I have personal experience with working with student media, whether it be my involvement with UCLA Homecoming on the Publicity Committee or as a journalist on the Medical Literature Society. So I do have the hopes of remaining, neutral and with the focus of being transparent with working with 3 different committees.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ashley. So I'll turn over for 5 minutes for the council questions. Any questions? Okay.
Do you believe in bringing forth a fee to help support the daily living?
In general, when I met with our Lily Ward, who's currently the media director for the ACCA Communication Board, we have this vision and proposal that, it's a 50-50 admin/program overview. Basically, there's admin costs involved and program costs involved. And I think with the newspaper decline that started in 2008 with the recession, that newspaper has heavily declined in terms of publication, and we're resorting to different platforms for getting information out to the student body, whether that be web-based or different apps that we have right now. And I think that with the main mission that the Communication Board has, that they need to stay true to, is preserving the student voice. And I was so inspired by our really Mr. Ward, when he was talking about how he, just had this vision that he wants the student voice to be something that is preserved. And I think that even if that means increasing a fee so that Daily Bruin and these magazines that are reaching out to the community, that they should be, allowed that opportunity to express what they're feeling and, communicate to the general body.
Any other questions?
What experience, either like personal or professional, makes you qualified for this position?
I would say I'm qualified for this position because, number one, I just think that I resonate with a lot of the people who work not only behind the scenes, but also that are, involved with all the outer workings, whether it be publication or the management. And I think that communication board allows me to be on the operational side, on the executive side, and on the, intricate details that are involved with the budget. And I like that intersectionality that's involved with the ACCLA Communications Board. And I think that I could easily find myself into any one of those committees based upon whether it be my involvement through USAC already in the Academic Affairs Commission or Financial Supports Commission. And I think that those values and those different experiences have trained me to be a good member as part of the Communications Board. Yeah.
How will you ensure that all publications, regardless of their viewpoint, are treated equally in regards to funding, in regards to access, publication?
Well, the ACCLA sets the budget that is allocated to the different magazines, so I think the funding there is covered. However, in terms of student voices, there are different offices located, on Kirkhoff, on 117, 118, and that they do have their own space, and it's not like they're, being pushed aside in any sort of way whatsoever. All these students I just see are so inspired to get to work and produce this material that I would, want to work with them in maintaining that, inspiration, that passion that they have to work for these different magazines.
Are there any other questions?
So you are involved in a lot of extracurricular activities. How will you prioritize this position?
I would say that I am involved in a lot of activities and different extracurriculars on campus. However, USAC has been something that I loved as soon as I stepped on to UCLA. And whether it be being involved, with different commissions, I think that student government has given me the opportunity to not only express myself, but also given me these platforms and different avenues in terms of increasing skills that I want to apply for my career and profession. And I think that since I do have that high standard for myself and would like to just only see myself improve and giving back to the community, that I would put communications board higher on my list, obviously coming after school. So.
All right. Are there any final questions? Okay. Seeing none, I'll hand it over to you for your 1-minute closing. So I'll reserve 50 seconds left just so you can.
I'd just like to say that I'm absolutely thrilled and just excited to be able to have the opportunity to be appointed by Heather. And I think after meeting with different people on the board already, currently serving, along with media directors and undergraduate representatives, that I can only learn from them. And I will admit that the communication board is in a trivial position where they are, having committees that, aren't really understanding, which is why I would like to work with the 3 committees themselves in order to, bridge that gap and, increase transparency to make sure everyone's on the same page. And I think that I'm a strong advocate for student media, and my goal would be to be able to preserve that and just, give back to the community and make sure that the students' voices are heard. And while remaining fiscally sound would be one of my, biggest motivators to adding to the communication board.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay, so actually you're more than welcome to step outside if not, you can take a seat, but you can just have a seat. Okay, great. So go ahead and turn over to discussion, or you can also make a motion as well anytime. So there's Heather.
I love that Ashley has already met with people on the board and has met with Stephanie. I think that she's really done her research on this position, and that's always so important to see because it really demonstrates her commitment to this position. And I think that, with her vision, this, comm board is going to be really successful. So I really look forward to seeing what she does.
Ruby?
I move to approve Ashley on the
Second by Lexi. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Those against? And those that abstain? All right, 10-0-0 vote. Congratulations. Okay, next up we have Kevin for interim finance committee chair. Okay, so before we have you, we'll have Heather read your review as well as a description of the position.
And well, I was going to make a clarification on this whole situation. So Within the finance committee, they have elected Kevin to be their vice chair. Stephanie is going to be going home for about a month. Is that correct? So we need to have an interim chair so that contingency allocations and such that are over $250 minimum can be approved. So that's why we are having this vote today.
Let me clarification as well. So, if Kevin is not appointed, I'd be the one acting in that role. However, I think it's more appropriate for someone from the finance committee, especially someone who's vice chair, to be in that role. So just a clarification to you all. So Heather has to be our scrutiny.
Okay, so Kevin received a 3-0-0 vote from the ARC committee. His notes were that he's qualified and knowledgeable about the committee, will ensure fair funding, which is a priority of his, and he has time for FICOM time demands.
Great. So Kevin, you want to step up front? So you have 1 minute for your opening, which is not feasible if you don't want to. And then we'll have 5 minutes for questions, and then 1 minute for your closing.
Well, my name is Kevin. I'm a third year business economics major. I'm applying for an internship for the duration that my president will be in Hawaii. And I've been with FICOM since my first year, and I believe the accumulated experience and knowledge I've gained will definitely assist me in navigating this game growth. I'm dedicated towards service and finance. I've had ethical training from Wilshire Center for payroll services, so I will definitely extend this to this position and uphold the bylaws, obviously.
Great.
And overall, I'm actually very active with service organizations such as Abiola, LA Stats, Field of Bay, Northeast LA, but definitely finance is what I'm dedicated towards. And overall, I want to be a resource towards students. After all, we're here to study.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, so I can entertain any questions. Okay,
How will you ensure fair funding for student organizations that apply?
Well, to ensure fair funding, I definitely consult with my committee as well. Also, I go over past contingency applications, and I definitely look at the quality of applications, given that if people do want funding, they would take the time and process and go by the hoops to actually fill out the process.
Any other questions? Okay. Seeing, oh, do you have one? No. Okay. Seeing now, we'll go on to your 1 minute for your closing.
Okay, in the 90s, there was a decoder ring and cereal boxes, and it definitely inspired the decoder ring, just so I could answer people's financial funding questions to, decode their complex equations, just like that, and be as accessible as a ring on your finger. Overall, I don't always know the answers to your questions. I'm definitely learning English every day, and I definitely will utilize all my resources to be there and answer your questions. And until obviously the duration when my person comes back.
Kevin, so you're welcome to step outside if you'd like, or you can stay present for your discussion. Okay. Make you smile. Okay, so discussion regarding Kevin Youth for intern finance. What do you say? Danny?
I motion.
Move
to approve Kevin's intern finance.
Is there a second? Second by Ian. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Those against? Those to abstain? All right, to a 10-0-0 vote, Kevin has been approved. Congratulations! So while Stephanie's on, you'll go to him for all of Okay, so that is it for our appointments for tonight. So we'll go on to our officer number reports. So I'm up first. Hello, everyone. So just as a little people remember, I do post I call them Prezi updates. I post it from my personal Facebook as well as my Office of the President Facebook and make it public. So if you're ever wondering what I'm doing, it's not council meeting, you can kind of get an update. I've been trying to do it every couple of weeks during the summer, it's a little off in timing, but
just a heads up to you all. Okay, so I guess it was 2 weeks ago, Heather and I attended a meeting with Government Relations and Assembly member David Hadley, who is from the district around the South Bay of Los Angeles. We talked a lot about entrepreneurship opportunities, specifically those offered through UCLA, as well as the importance of water infrastructure. And he talked a lot about his plans that he would like to implement for future water infrastructure within the state of California. We also talked about middle income economy. We kind of had a very interesting discussion with him because I brought up the importance of higher education in regards to middle income. How specifically that can be an answer. A lot of income discrepancies have been because of skilled or unskilled labor forces. So he and I had a little bit of a disagreement about that because I was saying how important higher education is, especially amongst if you're sitting at UCLA, which is one of the top public education institutions in the world. And he was kind of saying that maybe there are other answers to middle income. But it was just an interesting discussion. I just wanted to bring that up. So sometimes, I'm in lobbying or advocacy things, a lot of times working with people who really understand the importance of BUC, but then sometimes you get people that just don't get it. So if you're watching, happily, just letting you know. Anyway, I also had an interesting committee organization with members of the Career Center, as well as members from academic departments, and other people who are big advocates for internships. The person who actually pulled this network together was Robert Michaels, who came and presented to us. He was the former USAC president from 1964. And he started this alumni internship network back when he was president as one of his main platforms. It's something that's continuously been expanding. So what it is a network of all UCLA alumni who've had internships. And basically the idea is to stress the importance of internships, and especially for them to give back to the Broome community. I actually got connected to this network because my mentor, Joe Szlowski, actually works with the alumni networks. And so he was the one who kind of brought everyone together with Bob Michaels. The one thing we talked about potentially was, the importance of the student voice in the alumni network, especially for internships specifically, because a lot of times students either A, don't know the importance of internships. It's usually targeted a lot to political science major or business majors, and how the importance, especially for South Campus majors, that internships can really help with future career success. And the importance of paid internships too, since a lot of students can't really afford to give up that time to do something that's unpaid. And one suggestion that I had was possibly for USAC to do a bylaw change to create a new appointment for an appointment to this internship alumni network. So our person would be working directly to make sure we're getting a searchable database of different alumni interns. So we're continuously expanding that network as well as reaching out to undergraduates. So that may be discussions that we'll have in the future, but it was a suggestion that I brought up to this committee. So I look forward to talking to that more. One agenda item I'll be talking about later in our new business, so that is the LAUSD Power of Education event, so look forward to that. And this past couple of days I attended UCSA, I'll let Zach talk more about that. Within UCSA we had our Council of Presidents, our first meeting, so we had the retreat a couple weeks ago. At our first meeting, it was interesting sharing that since they don't want to do Robert's rules, so it was just me kind of trying to facilitate conversation with no gavel. We had presentations from some of the different campaigns that were at UCSA. Specifically, we had a great presentation about food security. And so a lot of the points were brought up were things that I've kind of brought up to this table in the past. But it was from a member from Berkeley. So I just wanted to tell you all that the food security is not just something specific to UCLA. It's something that a lot of the UCs have been working on. So I look forward to working on that more this year. We also had a presentation about workers' rights. Specifically with ASHME, which are workers that are not necessarily part of the UC union, and how these are workers that, the presentation was mostly about Berkeley, but how there's about 130 workers who are just experiencing injustice and experiencing different work environments where they're not necessarily have the ability to talk to their bosses about the rights that they have because they fear that they'll be fired. We specifically listened to a testimonial from an individual who came forward, gave us his name and everything, and this individual came here from El Salvador, and all of his money is going directly back to his family, and he was saying that he was forced to work 36 hours on end, and he would register under different names, because in the United States, or in California, you can only work under a certain amount of hours under one name, so you have to sign in on different names. He didn't feel comfortable going forward with his boss, even coming out publicly about it. He was very, very nervous because he was scared that he would get fired as a result. So it's just something I want to bring to y'all attention that this population of workers do exist. I don't know if this is about UCLA. I want to look more into this since it is something that is part of our UCLA community. And I believe those are kind of the main updates I want to give you. Were there any questions anyone had? Okay, so now we'll move on to our interim vice president.
All right. So we have retreat confirmed for October 16th, 17th, and 18th. So thank you everyone for sending me your availability. Everyone looks like they're going to be able to attend, so I'm really, really looking forward to that. And I will be working with Patty and Dr. Geller on some trainings and some fun exercises. So we'll be on the lookout for that. Interfaith at UCLA. I'm meeting with. I want to meet with the group that we went to the conference with, but I'm also meeting with Maria later this week to kind of talk about some ideas that administration has already had, especially the possibility of having like a dean of spiritual life. So I kind of want to see, the framework for that and see, how that whole process would work if that's something that is decided on. I met with Logan from IT about the funding website. And so what I've decided to do is, originally we had the common funding application on OrgSync, and I don't, if we have the launch of this new funding website, I don't think that it would be best to have, an entirely separate entity, housing all of these other USAC controlled applications. I think it's best to have a centralized location. So I talked to Logan about this, and he is going to code this kind of like help me tab, and you're going to be able to input the different characteristics of your event, and then it's going to pop out all of the suggested funding pools that your event and characteristics have been described. So it's going to be like tagged characteristics. And so I'm really looking forward to that. That's going to be kind of phase one of having this common funding application. Later on, I really do want to have an actual application that's modeled after the common funding application that some of you may have applied to when you were applying to colleges, where you fill out all of that basic information that you need in order to fill out an application, and then based on specific characteristics of your event, those supplemental questions would pop up as well, so that you're just filling out literally one application. So that really still is my end goal, but I think this phase one, help me tab is going to be really awesome. I met with Mike, and that resource fair that he spoke about at our SOUL orientation during the spring quarter is confirmed for October 16th. And the IDP office will be collaborating with the SOUL office on providing resources to student organizations and a possible workshop presentation. It's going to be taking place all over Ackerman Union. So I'm really looking forward to that. The logistics of this event and the specific resources and the specific workshops and presentations that are going to be going on haven't been finalized, but I will keep you updated as those have been confirmed. I met with Dr. Liz Gongai, who's the Director of Resilience at UCLA and also is a member of the Healthy Campus Initiative, the Body Positive campaign that I am going to be working on this upcoming year. And she is going to be connecting me to a lot of different specialists that we have on campus. We're really fortunate to go to a world-class university that has so many amazing research projects going on, and in particular on mental health issues, and especially those that pertain to body image. And so I'm really looking forward to meeting with them and kind of developing a curriculum for the Body Positive campaign. So I will keep y'all updated on that. I went to UCSA this weekend. It was really, really awesome to hear so many different, stories from so many different schools, and it was it was interesting to see your like UCLA in comparison to other UCs as well. I went to the mental health caucus, and the All of Us campaign really has brought so much knowledge to the forefront of students. So thank you to SWC for spearheading this, because I personally didn't know about all of these resources until the All of Us campaign really brought it to the forefront, and I think that it really pushes us into the forefront of addressing mental health within the UC. So go All of Us. I met with Karen No last week and discussed the 3rd annual T-shirt design contest, which is going to be happening all throughout fall quarter. The calendar of the rollout of everything is still being developed and finalized, but the swag has been ordered, so be on the lookout for some pretty fun stuff coming from the T-shirt design contest. Yeah. Oh yeah. And then last week I met with Assembly Member Richard Bloom, and I met with Zach, and I was there really to discuss like sexual assault policies that have been kind of implemented at UCLA. I talked about the recommendations that the UC task force has given to the UC system, and I also asked for his support on SB, I think it's 695, which addresses consent education in high schools, and that's Senator De Leon's bill. And so I asked for his support on that, and I also asked for support for any funding legislation in regards to mental health, because, in regards to, sexual assault and sexual misconduct for survivors, that help and support is really important. And so, funding is always needed. So got to do that. It was really cool. It's interesting, kind of talking to him and like hearing his perspective on everything. And then I'm also meeting with Nancy, one of my faves, later this week on Campus Safety Week. So more details about that. Marvin and Ian are going to be in there as well. I think maybe. Okay, maybe. So I'm really looking forward to Campus Safety Week, and we will have more logistics coming soon. So be on the lookout. And that's all from my office, IVP.
All right. Are there any questions for another? All right, seeing none, we'll go on to our external vice president, Zach Hubbard.
So first, I wanted to talk about UCSA. First, I'll start with what we received a lot of emails with respect to UCSA. And there's other stuff better than that, but I want to talk about how several of the complaints of the email were very valid, and that anyone who's at UCSA knows that I was very riled up over the weekend by the consequences of my sort of the organization of the event being out there. So I want to discuss that. First was that I was very aware that I was in Germany. It would be difficult to organize a conference of that scale from Germany, and so I had a staff person on point for the job. A few weeks before I returned from Germany, she had a family member die. And I felt, even though she was dealing with it really, really well given the circumstances, I felt that it was important to try and take that off her hands. However, the intelligent thing to do would have been to try and delegate it again, but instead I was too ambitious with my hopes for organizing it myself. And the consequence of that was that I failed my decisions. And I'm really horribly sorry. And to discuss exactly how I did, several of these complaints were that the delegation was, I had gotten 45 to 50 confirmations, but almost 25 of those canceled at some point in the last 7 days, which is partly because there was a lot of confusion surrounding the event, how people were going to get there, etc., which was understandable. So this is just to say that one way I want to learn from this and To take from this is that we approved student teleconference in Berkeley November 4th through 6th. And that's in about 2.5 months. And today I met with Rafael Garbe and Maria Martinez, who are respectively my community affairs advisor and my campus organizer director. And we're already at work to make student teleconference an immense success. The money is definitely there. We have a travel fund for UCSA, and Berkeley organized their budget such that there are no registration fees received. So really money is no object. We can bring a really significant and well-represented delegation to student teleconference, and I have a lot of staff already working on it. Another thing is that I was already compiling with Rafael a list of community leaders that is as many as we could possibly find from community groups, big and small, to discuss legislative priorities throughout the year. This is something I already plan to do as a component of doing the vendors. However, I also wanted to start student teleconference outreach for those meetings as well, just to make sure that everyone is moving into the process. Applications for student teleconference will be out within 2 weeks. We'll give at least 2 months notice to student teleconference. So this is all to say that I regret the way the conference went. I really hoped that it would be better in terms of my ability to organize it single-handedly and take care of it. But it was not. However, that's not to say that it wasn't without positives, so I'd like to discuss this as well. The delegation that did make it was incredibly active, and several of these people weren't people that were traditionally involved in USAC, much less UCSA, which was really encouraging to see that we really do have the power to engage outside of our own walls, so long as the effort is made, the outreach is there, and people do come to this. Again, that was very encouraging. The other thing that was very encouraging was the state of UCSA. Several people noted the sharp contrast between this year and the last several years. The board, for one thing, is very cohesive, and we all have a very clear, united vision on how to proceed this year, which includes several ideas that I brought to the table in terms of trying to be more diplomatic and working with UCOP and reads a little more closely. That language still stands when possible and appropriate. But this is also to say that students from all sorts of different backgrounds were collaborating on issues, and to the extent that we had, I believe, 6 of 7 campuses rank the campaign that was ultimately chosen first, which was this mental health advocacy campaign. Personally and selfishly, this was an ambition of mine to take on mental health at a big statewide level this year, and it looks like the rest of the University of California agrees. So, on that note, given what we did have, Congress was successful, and I'm proud of that. But I'm very conscious of the problematic elements, and there was not enough people there was not enough representation in terms of the multitude of communities on campus, and that'll be fixed next time. So, that being said, I did meet with Richard Bloom, with Heather, and we got a head start on advocating for mental health, because that was going to be a priority right away, but Richard Bloom seems to be in the idea, which is good. The other thing I was there for was sort of this arcane contract law introduced by Ricardo Ibarra, which at the base of it is a decent law, but again, there were some really subtle details that made it untenable, not least of which is an unfunded mandate, and $66 million were projected to come out of money would be adjustable for enrollment and freezing student fees. So with the passage of this bill, SB 376, would also incur an additional out-of-state tuition hike to the 12% that's already being paid. So that would be bad. So we've advocated against that, and it looks like, we'll see where it goes, but that's not the process. I also met with Keith Parker today, who's the Associate Vice Chancellor for Government and Community Relations. He's been a great resource. And I actually know him to discuss the possibility of starting a federal student lobby. He was very impressed and excited by the idea and believes that the resources definitely exist to have a successful federal lobby board, and he's looking forward to being one of those resources for us. Vote today to draw from the United States Student Association and go others. The other thing is the sort of next element of my office report is the issue of shared governance, which was brought up at UCSA Congress, and it's something I've been working very closely with student leaders today. So just with respect to the timeline, in November there's going to be a proposal voted on by the regions to have a student advisor, which is another seat at the board of regents table, someone that has exactly the amount of access that another region would have, and then to reauthorize the standing committee on student government. These are big trees for us. Really, I can't emphasize this is historic. No progress has been made on this issue for 40 years, but it looks very promising that the proposal passed. The next element of that is that Avi has asked me to take a point on a legislative component of the proposal, which is to introduce language for a state constitutional amendment that would add a student region to the board, which again would also be historic. But that is going to be, a multi-year process. I was just kickstarting for my successor. The idea is that before August 2016, we have language, someone will introduce it into either house, and then it can be voted on 2/3 by both houses, essentially goes back to which point it would be left to my successor to help campaign it out of the house. But I'd also hope to put instruments in place such that it would be as easy as possible for that to happen. So I'm very excited about this. Again, we want to make sure that the first instrument of this proposal passes, so that at the end of the day we have something to show for our students. We don't want to bet everything on reducing the student region, because we all know that's huge, and as phenomenal as it sounds, it comes with this much difficulty, as is incredible, phenomenal. So there's that. Los Angeles Times higher ed reporter reached out to us about writing on the cost of living in terms of housing at UCLA, and I helped him out a bit and shared with him some of my contacts that they, sort of the student he was looking for, and the article is written, it's very well done. I can forward it to you all if you like. And then with respect to the vote on USSA, I have a statement that I'm going to wait until the vote commences to read. And that is my report.
All right, are there any questions for our external vice president?
On the face of it, the plan to add a new student observer is really impressive. One problem I have with the current student regions is that they're effectively chosen by email student regions, which really dilutes the student voice. Would that be addressed in this?
So the student advisor proposal is actually entirely chosen. I'm sorry, not the proposal. The student advisor, him or herself, is chosen exclusively by UCSA. There's no regional oversight to the student advisor, and that's a big accomplishment too, because the criticism of the student region has always been that we could send names to the regions and then they get to take something for it. But we've never had exclusive jurisdiction over the person who has the seat. Does that address your question?
Yes, thank you.
And then also just a point of clarification as well, before the appointment is forwarded on to UCSA, the Council of Presidents splits up a group. So the Southern UC presidents will review the Northern applicants, and then the Southern applicants will be reviewed by the Northern presidents. So as well, there is that idea too that the student body president, who's supposed to be elected by the students, is also reviewing these applications as well. That's another level of oversight that is put into it. Okay, are there any other questions for the external vice president?
Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to General Representative 2.
Hi everyone. So last week, can't remember what day, last Wednesday, I met with Jerry Kong, who's the new Chancellor for Diversity and Inclusion. And I actually was invited by the graduate students, the professors, and the staff that helped put together the diversity forum, which was really incredible if you all had a chance to go. It was so well organized. They had workshops, and it was all day long. Staff and professors actually took the day off just to go. So it was a really great opportunity. We talked about, the university referendum as well as a multitude of other things. And it was a really great opportunity because it was the first time that staff, professors, undergrad, and graduate students were in the same room talking about basically the same issues. So it was good to know that they all kind of shared thoughts on what they feel like UCLA needs at the time. So we kind of met with Jerry just to move forward because that was definitely just the beginning point, and there's a lot of work still to be done. So we're trying to kind of present a solution or kind of how to best move forward from what we've learned and make sure that not only are we continuing the conversation, but actually acting on it, making sure that we're bringing more undergraduates present. The biggest problem they had was not many undergraduates were present at the forum. It was mostly the people who had organized it as well as the networks they had reached out to. But since it was kind of an all-day event, it was hard for people to move in and around between classes. However, the professors that night actually encouraged their students to go because they weren't going to be in class that day, so that was kind of a good incentive for them to be there. So not only that, but also to make sure that the mother organizations, as well as CPO, all the multicultural organizations are kind of getting involved in that with each other and getting involved with this new plan on how to really direct and address diversity and inclusion. And also kind of making sure that Jerry is referencing us when he's doing his job because he's also kind of figuring out who to speak to, who to talk to when he's organizing his layout of his plan for next year. So he also has a lot to do, but it was really great to be with him. He's a really great individual. We're continuing work with all of us. I've been in touch with Rita and Lauren. They're so great. And we're actually trying to figure out if we maybe have an event, kind of like a forum, to talk about mental health with specific cultural communities and their needs. So cultural competency has been a really big issue. I know Rita also spoke to you about how that was a topic that was brought up during UCSA and discussed in this talk. So I'm excited about that. I've been in touch with the Incarcerated Youth Tutorial Project Director, Jason Rothschild, and both of us had actually read a Washington Post article that was addressing every individual who had passed away in the past year due to police brutality. All the Black lives that have, are not present anymore. And so we wanted to do something to commemorate them. So we're trying to get in touch right now with, again, a lot of different tutors to see how we can best commemorate them, how we can maybe have a forum to talk about it, and also have individuals who recently attended the Black Lives Matter conference speak about their experiences. I've personally spoken with them, and it was so incredible to see the community that they brought together there and all of the feedback and organizing experience that they're bringing back with them. So I think it's definitely something that we should benefit from. And lastly, I met with Carly Calworth from ASUCLA. So she's kind of helping me figure out how to best establish the non-denominational prayer of education space, as well as kind of move forward with the mental health platform for cultural competency. And also, she helped with everything basically, but also to talk about the Hungry for Change night market and how to best kind of find space for that, see how ASUCLA can potentially get involved with that, and also bringing everything together under one umbrella, since all three of those topics kind of address mental health in a new way, which is really awesome, especially in let's talk.
Okay. Any questions for Dharma Representative 2? Okay.
Is it possible if you send me a notes in Jerry? I think that's a huge because one of the things I want to do when I have the Senator back, the chances to meet with him to talk about the diversity project. So if you can send me that, that'd be much appreciated. And then if you ever have a meeting with him, if you want to invite me, I'm more than down to go.
Yeah, no, I'm so that's like a follow-up.
Yeah, definitely like texting on it or something.
Oh, sounds good. All right, cool, awesome.
All right, any other questions? Okay, seeing no more to Applicant Affairs Commissioner.
Very cool. I'll make this relatively short. So I'm back. I'm actually back because I'm studying to take a GRE on September 1st. So I literally have 2-3 weeks to study in cram. So I will have limited email, but pretty much I'm already studying. I do have my chief of staffs as well as my executive director
appointments, working in the meantime, keeping up with the whole plan for this entire year. One of the things that I'm personally working on in regards to our finances is looking at ASRF and making it a little bit more transparent, as well as the process of going about allocating money to students when they apply. One of the things that Alice bought last year's AAC recommended was that we go ahead and split it up quarter by quarter by quarter. Rather than as soon as we apply to one single fund of the entire year, that it was a fall quarter fund, or a quarter fund, and a spring quarter fund. That would ensure that all students kind of have an equal chance of getting funding if they have any that they need. That's something I'm looking forward to continuing with the next budget, which should be coming out pretty soon. Besides that, I'm just getting ready to meet with our administrators starting in September after my GRE, learning from one of the directors in the office of development, from one of the registrar, and the dean of education. And yes, I believe that's it in terms of
Are there any questions for our Academic Affairs Commissioner? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to our Student Wellness Commissioner.
Good evening, everyone. I apologize for not getting myself onto the agenda earlier for other meetings. I get officer request, but I like to start now and be more consistent in voicing what's been going on. So there's been a good amount, but I'll go over some just to give a brief idea of what on this gateway. And anyone watching the live feed, hi Danielle again. Keep it slow. But so last week I met with Kathleen Salvati. She's the timeline officer here at UCLA. Talked about the ethics of student wellness commission being one of the leading student voices in terms of getting out the awareness of the work that the Title IX office does. Because currently the Title IX office
Wait a second.
This is the list.
It's good things, are good things. Yeah, so currently there's a complete overhaul going on with throughout every University of California campus regarding essentially sexual assault, sexual violence, and reporting, and the entire procedures and the different infrastructures at each campus is undergoing massive changes, and it's coming down from the UCLP. So essentially, a lot of the work right now is essentially transitioning where Kathleen's transitioning to her job too, and so she really wants to reach out to the students. So we discussed how the main involvement from SWC would essentially be through the Group Design Coalition, which is the formerly known campaign Sons of the Solidarity institutionalized into a student organization under the Student Wellness Commission. And so Kathleen is wonderful. She was immediately one of the great resources that I learned to have resources available, and we were willing to give it out to students. And we're really excited to partner with her and get those resources out to students. Also, I met with the local research director and development director as part of student media, because one of the things I want to do is revive the UCLA SWC application. Currently, there's a iOS application out and available for everyone to download. However, it's extremely outdated. And so it brought to my attention, and I really want to revive it into some sort of career and health app, and like a one-stop kind of application for any student who wants to know information about anything health related, whether it be a calendar of SWC community events, how to join, like blog posts, external resources, talking with, I've talked briefly with members of HCI, different members of HCI, and they're interested in incorporating different forms of information into an application of such as basically maps of different resources on campus, including like where to access food if that's an issue. That's an attempt to basically mitigate the effects of food insecurity. And so another thing is also I talked with Nick DeLuca briefly, and then we talked about possibly incorporating gym flow information into a single stop for health app of such. And so I'm currently in talks to develop something of the sort. So if anyone has any resources that they think would be a great addition to the one-stop health app, please let me know. I'm very open to resources. And way back, I actually met with Dr. Nicole Green at CAPS. She's the director right now. And so we discussed the state of CAPS, and essentially we basically wanted, or I wanted to learn basically the state of CAPS and make sure that everyone's on the same page. And she talked about how currently, as everyone knows, it's understaffed, and so if CAPS is already so busy treating all these people that come to and use their services, then the other important aspect of tackling this issue of mental health is the student advocacy, education, and prevention. And so we basically agreed that through SWC, specifically the Active Minds organization, that we basically be doing our best to be that representation to educate and prevent these issues from arising, being a support system as a peer support system through students on campus. So we want to focus on doing wellness workshops, collaborating with Dr. Green herself and others of CAPS, and maybe thinking about bringing back a student voice in terms of peer counseling and advising in the CAPS space possibly. And another involvement for that is the All of Us campaign, where we have a great group of people led by Laura and Priya. And they finished their recruiting, and they have this great group of people that are super passionate. And I'm excited to hear that just at UCSA, that they voted for a California-wide campaign. And so I'm really excited to see how we can get involved and really be a leader in this campaign. Also, talking with Healthy Campus Initiative, specifically the Breathe Well Pod. What they have done is they've talked with Tobacco Free California, we've talked with them too, and we've secured the reservation to bring a massive 9-foot tree stump made out of cigarette butts. And we're looking to put it on display in high traffic through Plaza. And we're thinking about doing a SWC Earth, one of the committees, and a SWC like Earth Fair regarding not only your personal health, but also terrestrial health when it comes to like litter in terms of cigarette butts and stuff like that. So I don't know if anyone have any ideas of that or any kind of cooperation. I'm sure Ian would love to cooperate.
Yeah, no doubt about special thanks.
Absolutely, yeah, we'll talk more. Also, another thing is we discussed this previously when we were discussing the different weeks for the fall, but I've come finally with some news for our massive, or want-to-be massive, campus-wide health event at the beginning of the year, and we want to call it Health Coming. It's like a homecoming for your health. You know? And so we want to welcome back and also introduce students to student health and wellness in the terms and context of a college student at UCLA, whether that be explaining their resources or educating students on different means of maintaining a healthy lifestyle in the context of being a student. And so that's actually October 5th. That's the Monday of the second week. And so we're basically looking to not only hit kind of one of the earlier dates in the quarter to get people involved, but also kind of make a lasting impression to see if people would be more interested in essentially collaborating, having a showcase. And we're looking to have spaces on Brewer Plaza, Wilson Plaza, Port of Sciences, and also the Hill. We're looking to do day activities and also night activities as well, possibly convening the different spaces for different types of health. And so if anyone would have any ideas or any suggestions, like we'd love for more outside of wellness. Currently, we're just essentially organizing SWC organizations, and then soon we'll be reaching out to everyone here and more support involvement. I think it's really great for everyone to be involved. Tomorrow I'm meeting with Danielle McLean, who's the health program coordinator for the Hill, and we're going to talk about utilizing different spaces on campus, especially for health coming, whether it be using the plaza or using different spaces for like screening or speaker events. And also we'll be attending the meeting with Heather Wednesday and Ian hopefully to discuss campus this week. Props to Heather for leading that effort. I think it's going to be a great week. And so that is all for me. If there are any questions or comments, please let me know.
Are there any questions for our Student Wellness Commissioner? All right. Seeing none, we'll go on to our administrative representatives. So Laura is not here. Dr. Geller? Okay. Star, our owner representative. You're next. Heather? All right. Christine's not here. Sure. I have one.
Oh, sorry. Closing is waste all that. I want to show you the USAC funding website. Here we go. So, let me read this back and focus soon. So, my staff, Logan, my tech staff, created this amazing site and is working, as I mentioned, to expand some of the features to the smaller funds that USAC. This is really to solve some problems that we were having with the main funding application, CS Mini, due in USA, ACCLA programming fund. The issues were, the online platform was sometimes slow, not loading properly, it wasn't exactly user friendly. So we've really kind of created this new platform for students to apply via PDF. They put in basic information that's saved, they can log into their accounts, they can look up old applications that they've submitted. They can save the PDFs that have that as reference instead of having the entire thing be online, where once they click submit, it's gone unless they're copy pasting their information into a Word document. So there's also a signatory stage that we've taken out. You used to have to go to all the signatories for approval. Now, if it isn't a signatory that is filling out the application, if it's a staff member, all the signatories will receive an email that an application has been submitted on behalf of the group and by who, and if there is an issue, they can then contact their advisor to decline that application. But a lot of people are being stuck in that phase because they weren't doing that first step. So I just want to show you, so we also added contingency is now on this new platform. So I'm meeting with all the solar advisors on Wednesday. We are going to be launching this onto our website this week. Unless there's some issues that come up that we may delay, but I don't think the advisors will have any issues that they want to change. We just want to make sure before we launch it that everyone's informed in how it works. I just wanted to show you just a little login. So it's really easy. It's for admins or students. They create a login. If I remember my password. It's not that, it's this. Oh. I'm sorry. Well, you have to have a really complicated login for it to work, and I can't remember which one I used. My notes saved on my computer. Let me try. Okay. Sorry, I can't remember my login, but what's really cool is you can look up, it's not that exciting, but it's, you can approve, deny, send back comments. Everyone has their own kind of platform that they can then view. Students can look at their stuff. So I'm more than happy to share and create logins, or if you want to create a login as a student, you can play around with it a little bit, but work with the IDP office and CC office. So I just wanted to give thanks to everyone who are a student. My staff has done such an incredible job, and ICOM giving us great feedback, so we can make this even better. So keep an eye out for this, and I'll make sure to bring my login next to my show too. But yeah, the students just log in here. Really user friendly, and happy to answer any questions or have a little USAC meeting tutorial on it.
Okay, so I know we spoke earlier a little bit about this, so just a point of clarification for the budget report, will that also be up there as well? And will SG have the user rights to this website so that they can directly upload the budget report?
So the budget report is separate. That's already on the USAC website.
Right, right.
It's just a platform for people to apply for funding.
Okay, so we're keeping those entirely separate.
Yeah, so the budget report, all fund directors
they determine the allocations and they create a budget report on their own. That they have to send to SGA to implement into their system. So this is just a way for students to apply for the funding and for funding directors to view those applications in a streamlined fashion, and for students to also be able to look at their past applications they submit. The budget directors then determine budget reports to SGA. They then implement those numbers to the budget report, which is posted on their USAC site.
Okay.
So the SGA end of it is staying the same. The only thing that's changing is instead of going to that older site where you put in your information, it sends you an email link to then open the application, they can just download the application and fill it out and upload it once.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then the account that the maintenance fees would be coming out of would be administrative overhead, right?
So what's been great in, again, thankfully for all the work of my staff, is we had looked into the past, using a third party to create the site, and it's a very, expensive project. This has taken us a long time. We've been working with our computer staff that is already managed by USAC, and then my staff that I employ with our annual budget that comes out of my account for the student government computer lab. We also have a UCLA server space that has a USAC site, and most of your students are on that space as well. So this is just an added site that we've added to our server that we've already paid for. So we were able to really utilize and pull our resources together instead of using a third party. It's using our resources that we have in-house.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question for Stephanie. So when all of us and student organizations are applying to contingency, are they still going to have to send in a paper documentation for application?
So we request that through the application just because I'm great at that we would physically enter as an application. So I think we are going to take out the email aspect, so they will have to email it to us and go right in with the applications from, say, from a user or admin perspective. But
right.
Yeah, the hard copy will at least.
Okay, cool.
Are there any other questions for Patty? Okay, seeing none, we'll go on to our contingency programming fund allocation. Stephanie?
Okay, so there are only two seats that apply for the contingency fee. $1,324 and 88 cents is required. $1,211 is requested, and the finance committee recommends $428. If this allocation is fully approved, then there will be $80,312 in the budget for
Yep.
I would approve contingency program allocation for $428.
Okay, second by Heather. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Those against? And those abstain? All right, so 10-0-0, contingency programming allocation has been approved. So move on to old business. There is none. We'll move on to new business. Okay, so this is probably the most fun kind of so this is the, yeah.
If that wasn't for the last council meeting, but I do have commentary on the business around the business.
Right, since it's working.
Oh, I was just considering you probably had it before, so.
Yeah, so it's not technically on the agenda. For future, if you're ever interested in bringing up old business, email Heather by this Wednesday when we're doing these Monday meetings before to add it. But we can amend the agenda with a 3/4 vote. So if you'd like to make a motion to add it to the agenda, you're welcome to do so.
I make this motion to add a comment.
Okay, so you move to add.
The comment to the old business.
Okay, and just in the terms of the agenda, may I ask what the old business item was? Or was
it was concerning one of the offices, I believe all of them, concerning trees and wood.
Okay, perfect. All right. So when that, so all those in favor, please raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those against? And those that abstain? You're abstaining?
No, I was voting against.
Okay, so those against?
Yeah.
Okay, and those that abstain? All right, so 9-1-0 vote. We've added the new business item regarding Tracy Nguyen. So this is by Amy, so I'll hand it on to you.
So having been at Unicamp in the last meeting, I was only able to go off of what the minutes said. And I'm just gonna be real for a second here in terms of, it was very disappointing to see in the minutes that the tragedy that had occurred to Tracy Nguyen was not known by council members. The fact that there were no updates in terms of even social media support or reaching out to the family, that was very disappointing to see as council members, because we pride ourselves so much in saying we want to be representatives of our students, but then we don't humanize our students. And if you follow the FundMe page, you will see that her family is getting attacked right now. And the fact that we have not come together as students to essentially protect her family from these comments when they are grieving, that's very upsetting. After coming back from Unicamp, I myself went and spoke with ACA members on the dance team, and from what my knowledge is, no one has reached out to them from council. And I was one of the first to sit there and speak to them about the incidents. So that's just something I wanted to bring to our attention, that as much as we can sit here and speak about the politics of things, there are times where we have to realize of who we are representing when we speak about these politics, and the fact that we do have a responsibility to humanize the students that we represent. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Are there any other discussion items or anything regarding the additions to this regarding Tracy Nguyen and Amy?
Just to comment on that, just to add nuance to the discussion, it's not that I would find it personally intrusive if someone I didn't know in student politics was commenting on a situation personal to me and my family. Individual outreach is another thing. I applaud for that, maybe, but I definitely think that it's a discussion of complexities that I invite that discussion in or outside the council. Just thought I'd add those.
I definitely agree in terms of the complexity, but there is nothing in the content I'm making, it's extending to the fact that there was no individual outreach. And this was something that it is not okay to see that we as representatives can't even just step back from a position as representatives and just be someone that cares enough to go to this dance community that does so much for the Israeli community, and including Tracy, who is very, she did a lot of service for this campus, and she did a lot of work for this campus, and the fact that I had the recognition.
And also, to repeat what Amy said, and like also brought this up in the announcement in the last meeting, having also reached out to ACA, like I wasn't reaching out to them as general representative too, I was reaching out to them as an individual who does come from a privilege, with a privileged position where I do know enough information to help them put together a visual and take that strain off of people who are genuinely grieving time. Like they shouldn't have to, figure out how to put together a visual for her or to hold space for her where they feel safe on campus. And they wanted to hold a visual, and unfortunately they laughed out. And that also is a point of concern because that could be because they don't feel safe on campus with all the remarks that have been made about her passing and her testimony. So I think that's another thing that we need to take time to understand because that does have to do with our campus time.
Yeah, I want to make a comment, Ollie. I really appreciated you bringing that up in the announcements. It was something very, very important. When I heard that the vigil wasn't happening, I just assumed maybe that the community wanted to grieve in a different way. So that's why I didn't really try to step in past, especially with the shootings in Charleston. I reached out to ASU to see what we can do. They prefer a vigil, and that was not really necessarily the one that they wanted to take. Concerns?
And with Sam, and with Sam Oliver last year, I know it came up, do we reach out to these students, like how do we, address this there's concern in some council members that were friends with people who knew Young. They didn't feel like it would be appropriate for us to reach out to them. So it is a very like delicate situation, and it's a difficult one to navigate. But I do appreciate it too that you spoke about that in your announcements.
Going back to what I was saying, so that's why I personally did not like try to step in any way. But I appreciate you bringing up the concern. I think it is important as individuals to reach out to them. And so I really appreciate you both stepping up and taking that opportunity to do so. And then also in regards to Amy, in regards to the fund, is fund being used there?
Yes, GoFundMe, it's to help with the cost of memorial.
Okay.
There's just a lot of, I just updated myself today and reading it again, and the family itself has just expressed that they can't believe that this was and so that was very quick to see.
I think a really important concept about this as well is for the communities affected, especially the UCLA community, to take the time to recognize the situation and to not put it in a way of us learning a lesson. I've been seeing that a lot on social media, and I don't think that's appropriate whatsoever. So I encourage you all as council members to, if you see that, to try to talk to the individual. So it's not necessarily the step that should be taken at this point. I think now is the time to really comfort the community, comfort their families, and let the mourning happen, and us taking this as a time for a lesson.
And there's also, if y'all feel uncomfortable in terms of like reaching out to them, ACA themselves has done a video where they did a custom tribute choreography dance for her, and what they're sharing that is like a form of showing support, showing that you are aware of what's happening, that you do care.
That's a good idea. Thank you, Trent.
Yeah, and then so just like one follow-up question would be, was there anything specific that they wanted to see from us? I know we're sharing the video, so something we would like to do with it.
Well, right now, Lexi and I actually took the initiative. We might be having some things in store for them in terms of presenting that tribute that they did, and they're very interested in seeing what they can do with presenting that tribute. They're just in the works. But as for now, in terms of what they want us to do as a council, I wouldn't say not even see us as a council anymore. Just become aware of it and share the video, and if you have close friends and whatnot, reach out. If you don't have close friends, just kind of feel what the community because I think the ship has damaged, so what else needs to see. Also, share the GoFundMe page through your network, so you can do all a really great network system, even just with your offices, because they are raising money to not only help their family out during this period of time, but also to donate towards an eye foundation, because their eyes are actually donated to the restaurant.
All right, thank you. Are there any other discussion items regarding this? Okay, seeing none, we'll go on to new business. So part A is the LAUSD Power of Education event. So a couple weeks ago, a woman named Christina Harley reached out to me about an initiative that she started working on 2 years ago. So she is UCLA Bruin, graduated here. She's a theater major and currently writes theater production, but also is a substitute teacher for inner city public schools. And so she said she was late at night one time watching television, kind of had inspiration for this event. What she wants to do is have a large event at UCLA where she invites the First Lady to come to speak to fifth graders. Why specifically UCLA? She mentioned USC was another possibility, but she wanted to do UCLA since a lot of these cities, a lot of these kids have never even been to the West Side. She's saying a lot of them are 10 years old, never been to the beach, never been to West LA, Westwood, right around here. So she really wanted to make sure that they're having that experience. Specifically the First Lady, because the First Lady is a very, very influential character, very friendly character, very influential figure. And she herself came from an inner city school. Talk about her experience. And she actually did an event similar to this, where she explained that back when she was younger, she would never picture herself to where she is today. So it's about giving inspiration to children, or young adolescents, I guess would be better terminology. And fifth graders and third graders are actually the most influential ages. So there have been statistics made, which is just absolutely wild to believe that in third grade you can project whether a child is able to go to college or not, which is very, very upsetting. No child should ever be marginalized at that age and predicted one way or another, one path or another.
So the idea of this is to show that college is an option, what UCLA is like, and within this, you kind of have a vision for doing tours around UCLA, talking about student experiences, talking about financial aid packages, since a lot of these students don't know financial aid is available, and specifically having this opportunity to have the First Lady. So she reached out to the First Lady 2 years ago, and then last June, so about a year ago, she sent 500 handwritten letters by a lot of these fifth graders to the First Lady in the box. Since then, she's gotten this a congresswoman from California to be kind of the front person or the person that's pushing us down in the White House. She reached out to myself and then Vice Chancellor Yolanda Copeland-Morgan. And Yolanda Copeland-Morgan is fully on board to support this as long as USAC is on board. So that's why I want to present this all to you. I am 100% on board, but I wanted to make this a council initiative opposed to just an Office of the President initiative, since I think all of our offices can bring something very, very unique to this event. We're looking to possibly do it fall, quarter, maybe winter. They also have backup options if the First Lady is unavailable to come. She's supposed to respond in the next couple weeks, so fingers crossed on that one. But if not, they want to make it more so like a going to college event. The First Lady is not available to attend. So some other ideas that have been thrown out is the idea that they can perhaps go to like a short 10-minute lecture by an interesting professor on an interesting topic. So they actually did this at one of the Pomona colleges, I can't remember which one. And what they did was they had like a lecture on like physics and about like planets or something very, very interesting. And I think it's also very beneficial since a lot of young women feel like they can't go into sciences or math. So the idea of doing a presentation of that at the college level can be something very, very interesting. Another idea is to perhaps the First Lady is unavailable to attend, reach out to Mayor Garcetti or to someone from the state level. But I really want to make sure USAC's on board. So I don't have this as a voting item, but I just want to throw this out there and kind of see what the consensus is. I see a lot of nodding. And kind of see what the consensus is about doing this as a council-wide initiative. Or putting all of our council ideas and everything forward. So I think all of us can kind of contribute in a different way. So what do y'all kind of think?
So,
just some nods? Yeah, Trent.
I got goosebumps when you were talking about this. For those of y'all that hopefully coming off of this I hope we all can like share our narratives at one point and really get to know each other. Education to me is something near and dear to my heart. My mom's actually been a teacher for LUSC. I grew up in households like that. And so I'm getting goosebumps hearing about this. I'm studying for the year to pursue education after home. I would be absolutely on board in terms of academic affairs commissioner, as well as academic affairs commissioner. I have everyone else is on board. I think this is really huge, especially because one of the biggest things here at UCLA is we have about that by bringing in different communities, different students, people from different backgrounds, through age, right? 5, 10-year-old, it will be so powerful for us as well. Not only are they gaining something, but we as students will also gain something as well. Putting on a different hat, it's great that Yolanda's on board. I know tour guides and group ambassadors, we will all help out. I'm the co-coordinator of the group ambassador program, and I can tell you, I know easily at least 10 people will be so good at it. So.
Cool. Okay. Any other points or anything? And so kind of like a nodding, not really a vote, but nodding kind of consensus, would you all be down to? No, I mean, no, just a nodding. If there's any strong objections, I guess, but just kind of a nodding. Okay. All right, cool. Well, then we'll go ahead and go forward with this. I know Christina. Oh, yeah.
There are also like AC. So if you need help, I really love to
Great.
Yeah, so,
Cool. All right, any other discussion items in the front part? Okay, cool. We'll go on to our next new business, which is USSA membership. This is an action item. Does that help?
All right. So on the agenda today, I've raised the issue of our membership in the United States Student Association. I first like to clarify for the council and for the press that I am empowered by my budget, the bylaws, to terminate membership unilaterally, but I felt it important to include the council in this decision, and then by proxy, that includes many voices from student bodies as possible. So that's why instead of calling for a vote, and I will adhere to the results faithfully. However, I raise the issue because I have an opinion that was constructed from the best facts and testimony available to me. In external affairs, I believe it's good practice to form strategic partnerships, not merely to adhere to default ones. And in the event that a default partnership exists, a good leader only allows it to remain if there's consistent and significant value added year to year. It is therefore financially irresponsible and intellectually lazy to continue to pay dues every year to an organization that has not proven itself a sufficiently rigorous default partnership. If we are effective leaders, we have to consider our membership in the United States Student Association in these terms. And that is why, in the strongest possible terms, I must recommend that we terminate our membership. In which case, I can reallocate funds to strengthen our state lobby board and lobby effectively on the national level. I'm confident in this recommendation because of the remarkable shortcomings on the part of the USSA and certainty that not only is National UCLA Student Lobby Board feasible, but it's an immense opportunity for every UCLA student to voice their concerns and passions with the government. So the financial breakdown is this. Every year we spend a minimum of $14,831 on membership fees to USSA. This does not include conferences, which depending on the size of the delegation, can run $10,000 to $20,000 each year for 2 conferences, that average $12,000 each. This means that a typical year sees an EVP office spending upwards of $38,831 on USSA. And the end of it appears that we have little to show for it. USSA has near 13 direct member institutions, to answer your earlier question. But they claim to represent 1.5 million students in the United States, which is not accurate. UCSA already suspended membership last term, waiting for USSA to give a list of benchmarks to the interim. And seeing as USSA has not addressed these benchmarks, which I'll clarify in a moment, it's unlikely that UCSA will package one. Particularly, they do not have staff numbers proportional to their California membership, which used to make up the majority of the association. The entire West Coast, including the Pacific Islands, Washington, and Oregon, is merely one field organizer, and this has not changed, while other universities enjoy much more specialized attention. More than this, USSA's legislative accomplishments are entirely unclear if significant or existent at all. We have certainly not found a list of $35,000 annual value worth of legislative accomplishments. And more than this, it's an unfunded mandate. Bill for last year's membership dues, which I actually brought with me today, it wasn't filed until July 24th. Still hasn't been reimbursed. So student government accounting had to pull money from a bunch of different corners of the budget to make up for an expenditure that typically comes from the EVP budget, because last year's EVP clearly didn't feel that they could afford to pay membership dues given their budget. Moreover, USSA is not a force on that capital. Today, in fact, I've talked with 3 legislative aides and congressional advisors, none of which have been heard at the USSA. I was, however, in a short few hours, able to lock the meeting with Senator Feinstein and open discussions on that issue with Clarence Castle, Elizabeth Warren, and the Association of Public Land-Grant Universities, scheduled discussion time the very first week this September session is over. Besides the fact that I ran for this office on my ability to connect with these powerful figures and ensure that my successors can do that as well, UCLA is a force to be reckoned with, and that brand name can be leveraged to succeed on the national level. I've met with the Associate Vice Chancellor of Government Affairs and confirmed my suspicion that we have the resources for students and the capability to run an immensely successful national student lobby. The money we save can be reallocated to travel for members. My office are proven experts on federal affairs, some with year-long congressional internships. The other funds will be allocated to bring defenders of student communities and individuals and advocate for their communities on a federal level. UCLA is home to over 1,000 different student groups, clubs, and other organizations. We know this. Many of these are comprised of hardworking and insightful advocates who know issues like mental health care, student aid, and the rest like the back of their hand. My office will reach out to these groups not only for their unique perspectives, but also to collaborate on research and data collection using their research staff, including Sam Ressler, Rob Algarve, Kyle Brower, who have proven their capability in that field. And then additionally, we have campus research journals that showcase remarkable undergraduate research talent at UCLA. We know this, and we can tap into all of this as new legislative priorities arise. We go to UCLA. I have absolute confidence that not only will we be able to lobby it, but we'll also have the data necessary to do so with it. This is all to say that vote to terminate membership would create opportunity, not diminish it, and it should be understood in this way. Now I leave it to discussion. Very welcome.
Thank you, Zach. Are there any questions or discussion regarding USSA membership? Amy?
Okay, so there are some points I want to make concerning USSA. First being that while the idea of a federal lobbying corps is an idea that I do support, lobbying does not entail action, because lobbying, according to the National Conference of State Legislatures, is defined as the practice of promoting and opposing or influencing any regulatory body, whereas coalition is different. Coalition requires action, and USSA is a coalition. That being said, the idea that government bodies and officials have not heard of USSA, there's a thing being heard of an organization and then the work that the organization does, which is something that, being a part of CAC, I'm very familiar with. People don't necessarily need to know CAC, but they know the work we do. And so, in terms of government officials such as Feinstein who have not heard, that would be not true in the sense that Congress has gone through with acts such as the SAFRA, which is the Student Aid and Fiscal Responsibility Act, which they were the ones that passed that through. That being said, USSA and the initiatives that they have taken on are initiatives that coincide directly with the work that our offices have done. So one of them is last year, August 10th, USSA voted to launch campaigns against sexual violence. At that same conference, 14 delegates were there from UCLA, including Savannah, who actually spearheaded this campaign to launch against sexual violence. So this is work that UCLA students have done at USSA. Earlier, I found a parallel between the presentation that both Marvin and Heather did about interfaith and the mentioning that of the understanding of others' beliefs and religions, and the idea that one of the initiatives that USSA has done is called the State of Emergency Campaign, which not only pursues initiatives of higher education, which influences the Academic Affairs Commission, but also promotes initiatives of supporting racial and educational justice. The Fund the Future campaign that USSA has done affects offices also such as AAC, which in the pursuit of higher education, but also affects offices such as Ruhi's office, which is FSC, issues of financial concern. An example would be that 90% of the federal student aid goes towards funding for-profit colleges and not public nonprofit institutions such as UCLA. We are defined as a nonprofit institution under Section 105 of the IRS Code. So if we don't support initiatives such as Fund the Future, we are essentially hurting ourselves as a nonprofit institution. And the fact that FSC has done articles on their website such as how do you afford unpaid internships, which mentions looking into scholarships and grants. So Fund the Future essentially affects Pell Grants and the idea of how do we make sure that these Pell Grants are actually going towards students and not going towards these for-profit institutions. And that's essentially all I have to say.
Okay, before I follow up, I had a quick question, Amy. In regards to what was discussed at USSA versus sexual violence, Do you happen to know specific legislation that USSA alone passed? Because UCSA had U consent last year as well, which had phenomenal organizing through the UC system into a lot at the state level. Do you know any specific legislation that was passed at the federal level specifically through USSA alone?
Yeah, so basically what they did on that August 10th, it was a Sunday, but what they did was that they agreed that campaigns across all UC, not only UC colleges, but just colleges across the nation would spearhead their own campaigns for sexual violence because of the issue that there are a lot of institutions in the United States that don't even address that there is sexual violence on their campus. So that was in terms of federal, it was enacted, that is national, it was spreading across. Samantha was one of the people that was the youth consent, that essentially created a domino effect across institutions, both like in the East Coast and Midwest, the idea that there is this issue of sexual violence on campus.
I'm just still a little bit confused, so I just want to ask a follow-up. That's all right. In regards to USSA though, so the majority of membership of USSA is through UCSA. And you mentioned the idea that the federal campaigns were spearheaded a lot like you consent. I'm just a bit confused the exact role USSA had in regards to federal lobbying efforts within DC. That's what I'm specifically asking. I mean, a lot of colleges, I specifically received multiple emails from national institutions in regards to you consent and the amazing work that was done with 7K. So I'm still just a little confused exactly what USSA did in DC. Maybe if you're not able to answer, Zach also is enthusiastically raising his hand, but I'll pass it back to you first and then I'll call on Zach. That sounds good.
It's the idea of grassroots campaigning because we, fortunately, being a UC campus, understands what grassroots campaigning is, but being on the East Coast and having friends that do attend East Coast institutions, there's no such thing as grassroots campaigning that is as intensive as the one that we have here at UC campus. So in terms of federal influence, if you're looking for direct initiatives, whether it's dialogue and whatnot, that I can't answer. But in terms of the influence that it had and the impact that USSA has, that's what I'm responding to, in terms of that it did domino effect across the nation.
So, for starters, I don't think anyone is unclear on what I mean when I say lobby, and that, that people can follow up on. But lobbying is a very intensive and complicated activity you use to get legislators to do people. I don't go out to Richard Bloom's office, say UCLA is great, do you will on behalf of us. It's a very structured, organized operation, and it is action. And budget victories and things of that nature, that these are real, tangible, measurable consequences of action that we take as students. So that's what I mean when I say a federal law is those sort of achievements on a federal level. Secondly, I'd like to clarify that I don't question USSA's intention. They are a very well-intentioned organization. I have an immense amount of respect for their incoming president, Alexander, who's a phenomenal person and has a lot of the right ideas about a lot of things. And all the campaigns that Amy listed are, again, they're good goals, they're ambitious goals, and they're things that are important to address. I question their effectiveness, and from the very beginning, that's always been what I've questioned about USSA. Because after months of intensively searching for some kind of result that could have been accomplished, that could not have been accomplished without USSA, that doesn't exist. Particularly the Student Aid and Financial Responsibility Act. If you look up the Student Aid and Financial Responsibility Act, there's a very clear timeline for how that was produced, and USSA played an auxiliary role in terms of advocating through social media and making press releases about it. But by no means did USSA, to any publicly available knowledge anyway, author or introduce that bill. And taking credit for that is it's being dishonest. And so I have a lot of reason not to believe that USSA has produced, it's not to say that it produced absolutely nothing, but certainly when you look at how much money that we spend as student fees every year on USSA, is irresponsible for us. And we have to see it in those terms. And if I didn't make that clear in my opening statement, I apologize. But this isn't about questioning USSA's intentions. This is, this is about the fact that the only kind of gambling we would be doing in this situation is by saying, okay, so we all know that USSA is a sinking ship. That's something that any mainstream person who's been associated with USSA can tell is that it is going down. It is not going up in terms of direct membership. Are we willing to put our keys to that organization and wait for something good to happen? Or are we going to poll and evaluate and follow the suit of UCSA, Santa Barbara, Merced, our sister institutions that have gone through this process before us? This isn't radical or unprecedented. This is a responsible use of our student fees. And I'll open it back up for some.
Okay, I see a lot of hands. So I saw Trent, then I saw Alia, then I saw Jakob, then I saw Danny, then Brooks. Sound good? Let me write that down. All right, Trent.
Multiple points. One, Zach, thank you for bringing this to the council table. In my understanding, you could have easily just done it within your own discretion, but thank you for bringing this forward. Two, big picture and taking a step back. From my understanding, you are looking long term. This entire year, all of us are allocated a certain budget. Looking at this budget, we feel like it is more effective to put this money elsewhere. And please clarify when you have the time. But another point of emphasis that I want to focus on is that USSA, and so USSA is supposedly representing all of the colleges and universities of America. They say that they represent 1.5 million. Based off of 2010, there's around 30.7 million college students in there. This is 2010. So that's around 5%. So they're representing 5% of older students and continue those numbers. But more importantly, I want to do some more questions in regards to that. So how many institutions are currently part of USSA? What is the trend? You mentioned Santa Barbara said that now, any of the reasons why. And specifically, any specific plans for where this is going to go. I think that is something that we need to focus in on in terms of moving forward.
So you're asking these questions,
yeah,
correct? Okay, so before we continue, question or do discussion, I'll let Zach answer those questions.
Without going on a tangent, I'll try and see.
Yeah, so I guess how many colleges are part of USSA? How many of them have paid membership?
There are 13 paying member institutions. The United States Student Association.
Do you know those good colleges?
I don't. It's not publicly available unless you. It was very difficult. There was a lot of miscommunication between me and the officers as well, and a lot of back and forth at the time, which is frustrating. But the other thing is with respect to what Palm's UC schools advocate. It's pretty well accepted. Kevin Sabo's statement last year. He's the president of the University of California Student Association and was the chairman of the board last year. And so this is a quote from him. We have to share with Washington and Oregon and all the little islands in the Pacific that the U.S. occupies. So we felt that we have so many members, that we have such a large state, that they should be allocated resources so that we have an additional, or just in general, more organizers that pay. And this is where I quoted. I'll quote David Henderson's when I said, according to Sabo, USSA's West Coast National Field Associate represents many campuses, including all of the UCs, while other field, and this is last year before UCSA said, while other field associates represent as little as 3 schools. And he said he feels the United States Student Association should have more concentrated regional representation. And the general point that he was making is that money was misallocated and the leadership was ineffective.
Okay. So Alia, had you next?
Yeah, sorry, I went pull up. I don't know what to say. So, I understand, like, what you're saying about what we would rather use the funds for, but I kind of wanted to re-emphasize the importance of USSA and what it's had among students. Kind of how Amy brought up that it's about coalition building, and that's why we're in it. USSA presents an argument voice that allows students voice, which is most important. You know, it's the first time that we can be heard on a national level, and it's the first time that some student groups are even able to interact with other students. We have the privilege of having such a diverse campus, but you know, there's also, again, a difference between diversity and equity. We have the American Indian Student Association as well as the Pacific Islander Student Association who have been here for years, but constantly have low membership because of the small amount of students who do recognize the Pacific Islander, American Indian, and even like the declining membership of the African Student Union was one of the strongest organizations and other organizations on campus. It's the one opportunity that they have to actually be able to talk to other schools outside of the UC system and on a national level to bring about change. For example, the Black Rooms video went viral, and that USSA is a space where they can actually talk about that with other schools outside of California who have the same issues, who have the same problems, and we can discuss with them how to alleviate our problems as well as how to help them alleviate theirs. And I wanted to bring up the Daily Bruin article that was published today, where it talks about like, the feasibility of having a lobby tour program. I know Davis maintains a lobby tour program for $26,000 a year. So, and again, I know those numbers differ, but it's kind of seeing like, you know, how much money would we be spending for USSA membership compared to our lobby tour membership, and like, will it be significantly more, will it be significantly different? And finally, I want to kind of bring up the lack of transparency about having this vote during the summer, just because not only have a lot of board chairs who constantly bring their members out to USSA, they haven't been contacted, they haven't had a chance to make their opinions. I know I got an email today from Gina Williams, who was voicing her opinion, as well as Ismail, who, you know, again, just did the presentation, he is the budget chair. Both ASU and much of UCLA have historically had a really great impact at USSA. USSA has been described as UCLA's delegation being a powerhouse. 2 years ago, we were voted as School of the Year at USSA. And there's also just a lot of transparency in having this vote over summer, when not only all the council members are present, but majority of the student campus is present. So they're like very unaware of what's going on, they're like very confused about what's going on, and I think it's our job to address the issue, but making sure that all students are present when addressing that. And then finally, last point, I personally haven't been to USSA, so I typically can't so I can't like speak about it, but I did ask Conrad, who was the EVP from last year, to talk about his experience with it. And he did mention that USSA isn't just about lobbying. Advocacy on the national level is difficult, and it takes a lot more than California to start legislation. There may not have been legislation that was passed because it's hard to get representatives to write legislation, but it's starting to movement on campuses across the nation. We can't just look at how it's been passed. It started a conversation that students from schools that don't have the privilege of having 7,000 in solidarity finally able to introduce to it. So because these are 13 institutions who have the privilege to have student governments that can fund it, we can't just pull out, because it's our job as leaders to be able to work with them and to reform whatever we are doing, especially since we are such a powerhouse at USSA, and you know, be able to work towards reforming it rather than just pulling out.
Okay, and since you asked specific questions towards Zach, I'll let him respond, and then I'll go ahead and on deck.
So first, I can test every point about feasibility in the column of the data from this point. Like I said, I consulted several very credible, reliable authorities on how to run and introduce national lobby board, and all of them are sure that it's possible. And I don't believe there were any citations in the column this morning that would suggest to me that my sources were less authoritative. Secondly, we have actually far more money in Davis now to accomplish these lobbying tasks. I submitted my budget breakdown, which has, again, given that we're not spending money on USSA conferences and membership, that gives us $38,500 roughly. in an average year, in addition to the $18,400 I allocated for lobby-related travel, plus $31,000 that I allocated for brewing and vendors-related, lobbying activism resources to accomplish their objectives. So all in all, you're looking at a budget of about $85,000 that can accomplish advocacy at every level for a broad multitude of groups at UCLA. And with respect to leadership on the national level, I firmly believe that my constituency is UCLA students. I think that my first and foremost responsibility is to them and their student needs. And I would love to be a leader on the national level, and I think that we can do that by example. But USSA is not my constituency. I have no responsibility to that. I have a responsibility to UCLA students, and so long as I'm doing the best that I can with their fees, I'm doing best by the people that elected me in this position. And I'll also note with respect to transparency, that the most transparent aspect of this entire process of governance is elections. That's when most people are involved. And the power vested in me just pursuant to my election allows me to terminate my membership in this organization. I actually added an additional level of transparency by having a vote at all. And the timing of it during the summer was because Congress, USSA Congress happened during the summer, and I felt it was important to address the fact that I chose not to send a delegation as soon as possible. So I could have drawn this out. I could have delayed the vote until 0 week when everyone returns. But by that point, there would have been a month-long composition of unanswered questions on the issue, and I didn't feel that was fair enough.
I have Jakob next.
Yeah.
Still in up.
So, I'm getting a lot of different things here. I think from Arenado, I'm convinced that USSA does do valuable work. From Zach, I'm convinced that it's particularly its lobbying is not valuable. And from Alia, I've heard that most of his value doesn't come from lobbying, it comes from other efforts. But I think the whole question of value is really only half of the issue. The other half is can we do better on our own? And I'm not convinced that we can. First of all, does all of that 38,000 go specifically to the lobbying efforts on Capitol Hill? Second of all, I'd like to know a more detailed breakdown of how that 38,000 is spent, because Davis spends 26,000 on lobbying in Sacramento, and that's a 15-minute $9 train ride away. And more than half of their money goes to retaining like a firm, just a lobbying firm to help them do research and get legislation. So I'm not convinced that such a huge undertaking is possible. I know you've named specific names. You said, you've said like these people said it's feasible, but you haven't told us specifically what they told you. Do you understand my question? I just don't feel like I know as well.
Okay. Are you finished with your questions? Okay, so hand it to Zach and then after you have Lexi.
So I mentioned this in my statement, but to clarify, everyone that I've talked to, particularly government, the external affairs wing of UCLA, has basically made it clear that the primary difference between us and Davis is that UCLA is one of the two, it's one of the crown jewels of the thesis. We have such a vast array of resources available within a 10-minute radius of us that it's pretty incalculable and difficult to imagine. And because of the relationships that I've built with a lot of these institutions, those resources are free for us to use. So we do have the budget to retain a private firm that can help us like Davis does. And we would still have $50,000 to $60,000 remaining just for more programmatic logistical aspects of sending people to Capitol Hill or Sacramento. But this is all to say that the issue at hand here is resources. We're not unconvinced by the fortitude or intelligence of UCLA students. I'm perfectly happy to send anyone of merit into these lobby visits and lead them to schools with certain certain minor measure of training and preparation. But the issue when it comes to having an effective lobbying for is resources, because we have the personnel and they're willing to do it. And I think I've demonstrated that our budget is significant enough to pay for the resources we don't have. And UCLA is a significant enough institution to provide the resources that we can't create.
Can you explain more specifically how the budget will be spent?
Yes. So there's, when it comes to federal lobbying, you have plane tickets, and depending on the size of the group hotel rooms, but I have friends that live in DC, so if I need to make a visit by myself or with staffers, I can just take a stop at Bethesda and, buy a $4 train ticket into Capitol Hill, make my visit, and be on up, and then I'm not even paying for hotel rooms. And so, but if we have a large size, we're trying to do a DC lobby day, then yeah, we're going to be paying for hotel rooms. And, again, when you look at the size of a 75,000, like, let's say we pay for it, which is on the table, it's been discussed, then you still have 3 conferences worth of money available to you. And if you are taking a small fraction of what you would send to the conference, an effective lobby group is 3 or 4 people max, then you have, I was actually emailed with someone saying you can only send 50 people to DC for $20,000. And if you think about it, that's like 15 lobby visits by a smaller group. That's regular contact, and that's a small fraction of the budget. So the logistics are number 1, travel spending. Number 2 is training, which is available to us through UCLA. Free government relations is offered exactly this country. And then the possibility of research. Well, we are a research institution with several research groups that are dedicated to providing information on this sort of thing, and research that we can't get from those groups, we can pay for from private work. And we still have the surplus to give to groups that aren't vested in their community issues and not advocate on behalf of their issues. So I've done the math. I've talked to the right people. I honestly don't know what more I can say to convince you all of the feasibility without giving a special presentation on federal lobbying for which I'm also happy to do. But I'd rather do close schools instead of federal schools.
Okay, so, on my notes, so Jakob, you just went to Danny the Maxi. Right? Yeah, Danny the Maxi. Okay, then we'll just do it. There's 20. Danny the Maxi.
Okay, so I guess the first thing I'd like to say is, thank you to Zach for explaining why we should leave USSA, and also members of council who have explained to me why we should remain in USSA, because I know I had no concept of the importance of this before I heard these conversations. That being said, some of the things that have just stuck out to me, my own 2 cents is like, wow, the main importance, or for students who want us to remain and have active presence in USSA, is that, what they provide in terms of, you say coalition building or grassroots, and that space, for those of you who've been a part of that. And I can't speak to, what it means to be a part of it, because I never have, and I'm not going to, act like I'm an expert. But, what really has made an impression on me, and I think has at least should have made an impression on everyone else at the council table, is how passionate Zach is about wanting to create a program for his own. I mean, that's what really impressed me the most, I think we understand the role of the USSA, and me and other people have explained that role in a very eloquent way. But I think, people are not, I think there's kind of an air of pessimism from some students, and, saying, oh, we have these, but, can Zach really do that, and talking about the specifics, it is good to talk about the specifics, and being transparent and being held accountable for these tens of thousands of dollars. But, the USSA does not have a monopoly on grassroots and coalition voting. I think that UCLA students, specifically our EVP, who was elected to have that role, has more than the capability to replicate those efforts for our students here on this campus in a more personalized way that we might have seen in the past based on, some of the facts that then I've heard from both sides of this situation. And in addition to that, I really think that, Zach seems to really be so eager in having this plan. And I think, obviously he's giving us the vote and it's in our power, but I think it would be negligent on our part in terms of, looking at progress in the future for USAC council and really this council making, an impact on the history of UCLA to give him this authority. Because, I think what it really comes down to is us being pragmatic people. I understand the arguments about USSA, and maybe when we look back on this, we might end up in a situation a year from now and say, it was a mistake if we decide to leave USSA and that we are better suited to being a part of it. That's a conversation to be had, and in retrospect. But I just can't get over the fact that Zach is really passionate about this, and it's clear to me that he wants every member of council to be included in this. And I think that it's to the detriment of all students on this campus not to give him that chance at least to show, what he can do for the student body in this regard. And I'm really excited to support him in that endeavor.
Okay, so I have Lexi. Next.
Yeah. So I think I had a couple of breaker questions. So are you able to tell us any about the number, like parity number, institution number? Because that seems like a large discrepancy from 1.5 million students. So they advertise on the website, you want to say how you're wrong, right? But I believe it's like another person and have research online. So I don't know if they have that information about the number. I think I don't either of ourselves. But I have a question on why didn't transmit them, like a representative to USSA conference. I think we're looking to pull out, but it seems strange that we would have such a close relationship with them for so many years, and then just not even give them an opportunity to outreach to us, and press outreach to them, and maybe then tell them our grievances and work on the way that maybe we can improve on the representation that we currently have. And if we were unhappy with it, make sure the way that we can let them know on that instead of just like taking away ties. But I do also understand that it's important to maybe see, like, I know you're very passionate. Oh, so sorry. But you seem extremely passionate about it, and I think it's also worth it to know that no matter his decision this year, like, there's always options of re-enrolling. One year without internship doesn't mean that it's happening forever.
That's exactly those are the questions.
Yes. So, with respect to items and UCSA had already done the job for them in terms of asking for a period of probation in which they were given time to address certain issues with respect to UC students. All of their asks were relevant to our institution. And before I was even elected, those asks had been made. So it was always on my radar that USSA was something to be skeptical of and be watching closely. So I was in contact with Kevin Sabo and other board members of UCSA. I talked with one of the remaining direct members over the weekend, the Santa Cruz undergraduate. delegation, and it's more or less clear that USSA has not and is not on track to meet the asks that were made by UCSA. And given that most of the questions that UCSA raised were precisely the ones that I'm bringing to you now, it seems a little redundant to continue to pay dues for another year, just for them not to meet those asks again and not to be $38,000. What other, was there another question I haven't directly responded to?
Have you ever
Same thing. I couldn't find it on the website, so I talked to direct members of UCSA and across the board. That was the number they provided me with, and I believe that when I talked to the president of USSA, she confirmed.
Did you ask her about the discrepancy between 13 numbers, just to show them up to 5 million, in case you can advertise it, that number doesn't seem to balance the divide of 5 million students.
Right. It's possible that they're including non-direct member institutions because there are other opt-in mechanisms for USSA, but I can't speak to that really. Well, that option is the one I'm exploring, which is that I'm going to build a working relationship with USSA as an outside member, as an externalized president who's concerned with national issues. But I'm not going to pay dues or attempt to reap the benefits that they have due paying Americans. So I'm not cutting off contact with the officers or staff of USSA. But rather watching closely and making the same asks without paying.
Okay, I have Trent next.
Actually, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know what your schools have health issue, people who haven't gotten this, people who have so they have theirs. If not, it's fine.
We typically haven't practiced that. You have Robert's rules at the end if you want to call the point of order.
Anyways, I think you bring up a lot of great points. Everyone, maybe Elliot, everyone is doing great points. And one of the things that it comes down to in my mind is that there's this uncertainty around whether or not this is going to be a decision for us at UCLA in representing our students. And I think doing a little bit of a deeper dive into that, what does that exactly mean? And to me, this is kind of extrapolating Zach's office to all of us and holding us all accountable to ensure we are all doing our best job to represent UCLA students. And I would love to start the conversation now, today, and potentially, to go on there have national audit. So have a completely transparent USAC budget. Because Zach, right, so Zach, if this decision moves forward, with us withdrawing from USSA, he would have an excess of around $38,000. That is huge. That is monumental. Where's that money going? I would love to. But not only that, I would love to know where my AAC money is going, right? As a normal student walking around the room. What does that mean? And I think that can really create, for us as council members today and starting moving forward, to us really ensure that we are being fully transparent with our students. Our students know that, hey, we went on 3 trips to DC over the past year. And that's where that money went. Instead of paying for USSA, this past year, did X, Y, and Z. That to me is something I would love to see together with this, if this does move forward, and understanding, okay, let's say hypothetically we do end up withdrawing from USSA. Where is that money going? What are we doing as a result? And at the year's end, with Zach as a VP, or the next VP for that matter, you go out and examine, okay, what was the cost benefit analysis? This is what we call business based. So we, on our own, were able, in conjunction with UCLA Government Affairs, External Affairs, were able to accomplish X, Y, and Z. USSA was able to accomplish X, Y, and Z. What are the discrepancies? Right? Did we accomplish more or less? What did they do? How did that differ? For us to move forward with that. I think right now is a great time to make this decision into a show. We've seen UCSA, we've seen Santa Barbara, we've seen Merced, we've seen our sister campuses do this. It's a great time for us to move forward and to test the water. And exactly, so more than ready, it sounds like, to do. It's met with a couple of people and they're no affairs. That's a kind of like, and that for me is something really powerful to moving forward and making a decision today. Obviously, the timing, you mentioned this, isn't the best, but in terms of us making a decision, I think we should move forward with it, whether it's a yes or no.
Before I get Heather, I just want to offer clarification to Trent's point. So in regards to opening up our budgets for transparency purposes. So at this point, like for example, my office doesn't receive referendum money, so I'd be applying to one of our other funding sources, so you'd be able to see that. For example, when I apply to the contingency funding matrix, you would see how much is going in my office. But there are offices that do receive referendum money. For example, Brew and Bash. I mean, I don't exactly know how you all are spending your Brew and Bash money. I don't exactly know how AAC is spending his money. I don't exactly know how the Community Service Commission is spending their money, SWC. So the idea would be a lot of these referendum budgets being opened up so you can exactly see line item where the money is going. Did you have a follow-up to that really quick?
Really quick follow-up.
Yeah.
And I'll be aware, back when the USAC actually pushed for this solution, but unfortunately not all council members are able to stand with them on that issue. And I'm really hoping that we, us together today, can move forward, and this could be one of the kind of the main pillars that is taking this really big decision for EVP to make. And that we can go ahead and use that as really one of the big reasons for us opening up our budget. I don't have one.
Okay. Did you have a clarification?
Yes. So on the USAC website is the budget report where every office has all the line items. So what you're working on right now is how you're doing up those different line items for your referendum, and those would show not in exact expenditure detail, but travel, X amount for travel, assistance fund, X amount of the programming, X amount. So, and then at the council meetings, when you're discussing what your initiatives are, what you're working on, that's further clarification of what you're using. And of course, special justification if you want to go more. But what's great about SGA and the budget report being on the USAC website is any student can access the budget report with all students, all funds that have been allocated to USAC. So it might end up being a 500-600 page document because you allocate funding to so many registered organizations as well, which then initiate their own page on the budget report. So just to clarify that you might not personally have looked into the details of everyone's expenditures, but all the information is available on the USAC.
Yeah, if I can clarify, what I kind of want from them is really an item by item.
Of course, of course.
You know, and yes, it would be expensive. Yes, it would probably be more than 500 pages at least. But in terms of myself, and really what I would love to see USAC do is, again, open up to be more transparent. So students can go line item by line item, knowing exactly where their money is going. That, to me, to say it's still amazing, and that's kind of how our US government works. We pay taxes, we don't even know where it goes. We as USAC, in a similar way, yeah, we kind of know budget-wise where it goes, or you don't know line item by line item. And I think that's something we look forward to next plan. Students really can be sure of where their money is going.
Okay. So I have Heather, then Trent, then Alia.
Yeah.
Something that I've really learned in my time on council is that you have to have faith in the council members in their respective capacities. And, I wholeheartedly have faith in Trent to deal with all things academic affairs related. And, Marvin, health and wellness is so your thing, And so I would hope that, we can have faith in the people who are at this table right now, because they were the ones that were elected by the student body. And the student body had a majority, we all had the majority vote in getting here. And, the student body has faith in us in our respective capacities. And so we have a mandate to do what we're supposed to do and make judgment calls. And I think that, as council, we need to support each other in those decisions. And so that's that. And then also at UCSA conference this past weekend, the keynote speaker at the banquet was Marcela Ramirez, who's the student regent designate. And she said that as student leaders and elected officials, we have the privilege of sitting here. But it's also our responsibility as student leaders to pull up a seat right next to us. And that's what Zach is doing with this Bullying Defender platform. And so I think that as, student leaders, we have to, support that and, give students a voice. And that's what this program is doing.
Ian.
So I just wanted to go over a couple of points on how I feel about this discussion so far. One of the concerns that I have about USSA is that, like Zach mentioned, the resources of USSA aren't distributed equally. So we're paying the same membership fees as everyone else, yet staff and resources for USSA, we don't get the same benefit as other campuses. There's only one staff member for the West Coast, the Pacific Islands, and there's one staff member for, say, 3 colleges on the East Coast. We're really not getting value that we should be getting out of our money. Also, I do believe that the primary function of USSA is to influence policy, to influence higher education policy at a national level. And from what I've heard, it hasn't been effective at doing that. And I agree there is a benefit to the networking aspects, the coalition building aspects of the conferences that happen. But really, at the end of the day, those are important, but I don't think the cost of $35,000, $40,000 is justified for just having a relatively small number of students attend those conferences when we could take that money and have a much bigger impact. In terms of lack of transparency, I think that it is unfortunate this discussion, this vote has to take place during the summer, but at the end of the day, we do have to make a decision before we pay a membership fee. And it really is time sensitive. And these meetings still are public. There are less students on campus, but these meetings are public, the agendas are public, the meetings are live streamed. We've had the opportunity for people to speak with us about this issue, and we have received several emails about the issue. So people know that this issue, this issue is being discussed tonight, and it is unfortunate it's happening now. But I don't believe that it is necessarily. Well, I don't believe that there is necessarily lack of transparency just because it's happening during the summer. There is business that has to take place during the summer. Business has to be done. We vote on the budget during the summer. And that's just a necessity at the time. And we still follow the bylaw, we follow the Constitution, people knew about the meeting, people still have an opportunity to provide input. Another thing is if the number that there are 13 campuses, is fact, and many of those campuses are in California, that just shows that there's redundancy. We're already part of UCSA. And since many of those campuses are part of USSA, I don't really see a benefit in having this overlap. Another thing is, we've been asking Zach about a detailed breakdown of how we spend the money and that, but we don't have a detailed breakdown of how USSA spends the money. I don't know how they're spending our $14,000 membership fees. And I feel much more comfortable with having an elected officer spend that money because I know exactly how he's spending that and hold them accountable. But we can't hold USSA accountable for our membership fees. The only way we can do that is to take our membership fees back and use them in a way that our campus can hold ourselves accountable for using that money. Let's see. And also another thing is this decision is not permanent. If we find out that this year it was difficult to build a national lobbying corps, or national lobbying corps that do establish isn't as effective as we anticipated it to be, we can always reform the organization in the future. But I think that on balance, it's time to try something new.
Okay, and all the others.
Okay. So thank you for bringing up the issue of transparency, but there was also a lack of transparency when even addressing the general student body about this decision. There was a lack of transparency that we didn't send the USSA delegation, and the fact that leaders in USSA who have close ties to UCLA were completely surprised and caught off guard that we didn't have delegation though, especially when most students who usually go to USSA, we're so confused that USSA was happening that weekend, their friends were going, their student leaders were going, but we weren't going. We usually have one of the biggest celebrations there. And also the lack of transparency. I know, Heather, you brought up that we should hold the seat next to us. I completely agree, but we should be doing that with fellow student leaders on this campus. We're not the only leaders on this campus. We are the leaders of USAC, but that's our responsibility to make sure that we're reaching out to every one of these communities. I cannot represent just the 23% that believe me here. I represent the 100% of students that are here. And it's our responsibility to make sure that we're properly reaching out to these communities, especially students who often feel underrepresented and communities of color on this campus who only have opportunities like USSA to meet with other groups and actually get into grassroots organizing with them. So yeah, this is a very important space for them, and we need to be very sensitive to their needs as well as reaching out and talking to them first. I know, they knew about this meeting, which is why a lot of them send these emails, but they should be able to sit down and talk with us, and as well as have the time to talk to their constituents, their member orgs, and let them know, like, this is what's happening, what do you all think about it? Because we depend on them to send a big delegation, like we always have, so we should depend on them to speak out about their opinions as well. And then for the 13 schools that are included in USSA, we also have to recognize that these schools, including us, have the privilege of having that funding to be able to go to USSA and to be able to do this advocacy work. Not all the schools have that type of privilege, so we can't be elitist and saying like, oh, there's only 13 schools that go, because there are other students that have to be addressed when considering why they have the membership there. And also, some schools that may be addressed in the 1.5 million that they're representing, that may not have full membership because they can't afford that membership, that are still rightfully involved. And finally, Mayo was not even able to go to USSA. Like, we could have sent at least one representative who has had that leadership experience of being there, so that he could come back and let us know, like, this is the work that they're doing. Are you interested in continuing to pursue that? But, we weren't able to do that. So it's not that I don't trust Zach at all, but I think we need to be critical of each other as well as trust each other in doing the right thing, because we're not just representing ourselves, we're representing the whole student body.
I'm gonna add Zach.
This heyday, the United States Student Association had over 500. Now it's 13. So I take issue with the idea that it's a matter of funding issues or a matter of privilege that allows 13 schools to pay for that membership. It's a choice. And we've seen over time schools pull out of that organization because they don't perceive it to be worth their money. And I also want to bring up the fact that this places a significant burden on me pulling out. It would have been just as easy for me to pay the $14,500, send people to the delegate, some experience take care of it, and hardly ever have to worry about it. That would have been easier for me. This is not a self-interested plight. This is one that anyone witnessing this episode can see has taken already a considerable amount of my energy, time, and we haven't even we haven't even voted on it. So that's to say that I'm only doing this because I believe the circumstances necessitate. That being said, in the interest of transparency, I'm perfectly happy with a special presentation on what a national lobby tour would look like. I think an appropriate date would be September 22nd, which would be after I conducted my first round of federal lobby visits and report on them, and then not also to really important events, which is the September Regents meeting and the September UCSA meeting, so it gives me ample time to prepare a good presentation on where the money is going. But again, I'm doing this for what I believe to be all of the right reasons. I'm doing it because I think I really owe it to UCLA students. And I suppose I rest the issue and invite someone to move to vote as soon as possible.
I have a quick question regarding other advocacy efforts. In the past, has the external vice president worked with UCLA government relations?
No.
Do you feel like that's a useful route to go?
Yes. I have already used extensively, and that is a free resource. It's one I don't have to pay for, and it's already provided me with upwards of 25 lobbyist opportunities and made a significant impact on the lives of UC students. So, that's fun.
Okay, and Amy, Marvin, and Jakob? Maybe speak in the mic, just so I can hear you.
So, going back to why I am a staunch supporter of not pulling out of USSA is because in taking this position as the Cultural Affairs Commissioner, I promised myself and both the organizations that I represent, including the African Student Union, that I would ensure that there are spaces such as USSA and that there's also safe spaces not only on campus but beyond campus that they can go and speak about these issues. So I personally, in the position that I am in, would not feel comfortable voting on this idea of pulling out of USSA without first hearing from these mother organizations. There was a mention that Zach had said that UCLA students is the EVP constituency. I agree with that, but then there is the other side of it, which is what about the mother organizations that are at UCLA who are also part of the UCLA's community, including ASU, including Samahang Filipino, including VSU, including all these other mother organizations that, and non-mother organizations, and cultural organizations in general who look to these spaces to advocate on behalf of themselves. So personally, in the position that I am in, I would say it would be both inappropriate and improper for me to agree to voting on this without first hearing from the mother organizations, because that is both a disrespect of the history of the Office of the Cultural Affairs Commission and also the history of these cultural organizations.
Did you have a response to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to say that I actually ran on a platform of creating exactly that sort of space in a way that I hope to be more efficient and actually more useful for on-campus organizations. And I know I can't say enough, but I think Bruin Defenders offers a space that's more accessible than the United States Student Association, which is not based on our campus, and one that provides more resources to the community. And like I said, me and Rafael Garibay, who's been very active in Metro, and he's in my office as a community affairs advisor. He's a real all-star. He's helping me file a list of every relevant community organization everywhere, from and big and small, right? And the idea is that these organizations will have an opportunity through Bruin Defenders to maximize their use of student government and affiliated resources to make a difference on those issues that matter to them, to be able to speak out on those issues that matter to them. So I really, while of course I understand the sentiment and attachment to an organization like USSA, where some of these groups have operated before, I want to emphasize that this is about that we are trying to create new effective ways for community organizations to operate at optimal capacity. So I think that as cultural affairs, you have an opportunity to fund Bruin Defenders on the federal level and to give exactly the organizations you refer to an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. and talk about the issues that matter to them, to legislators and to other federal entities that they feel relevant. So I suppose I test that part.
And Marvin, next.
How would you like response to that?
I'll make it hard and then I just have it because it's technically his discussion items, that's why I'm letting him do judgment. Once he's done to that, I'll come back to you.
Thanks everyone for having their input and contribution to the discussion. I really appreciate it. But I guess I just wanted to say something in the interest of moving forward along with the agenda, also of course of action just moving forward. I just wanted to ask, is there a particular deadline for me to vote or membership status on?
Theoretically, we don't need to until our membership dues are. However, in practice, given the press surrounding our lack of delegation to Congress and criticism, I think it would be effective, and especially given that I need to be able to plan for the future and earmark funds now. It would take a burden off my office to know how to proceed, particularly with respect to planning a federal law before, which will take a lot.
And a quick response would be just as chairperson of this council, I don't think it's fair for any office to be withheld funds, especially if their funds are planning on using initiatives throughout the year. That'd be like saying, AAC, you can have your $80,000, you gotta hold on that for them. I don't think that's fair for Zach to be expected to put in that role. And as you said earlier, technically he doesn't have to have this vote. This is something that he can just go ahead because it is within his office. So I don't think it's necessarily fair for us to withhold those funds for any longer, if we can go ahead and make a decision. I just want to put that out there. But passing it back to you, Margaret.
Yeah, of course. Just want to thank you. Like one of my recommendations would be, as you mentioned, for a special presentation. I think that bring a lot of clarification for all of us, hashtag all of us. Also to people on the USAC live stream, I know obviously there's not 100% of USAC students on the live stream, but in reference to having different community members express as a student body, maybe you can refer to them, you can give them a 2-week time period, you can refer to them to watch this, or we can just do our best to have contact with them. But I just wanted to ask for clarification just to see how we can move forward.
So Amy, you have a response?
I'd like to make a point of order.
Yeah.
According to Robert's rules, and this is just sort of to make the meeting run more efficiently, so not go around in circles, members are limited to comment just maybe 2 speeches on any motion. So just in the future, once someone speaks twice, they're right to the case.
Ian is correct, we just haven't practiced that before, but since you called point of order, we can't like that since it is part of Robert's rules.
That's up to you.
That's right. But since it is part of Robert's rules, I think it would be something efficient, especially since we've had this on the agenda since it was put on last Wednesday. So if you specifically have questions for Zach, you did have that entire time to ask him about it. And for agenda items in the future, that's why it's so important that we do submit agenda items by that deadline, so it does give proper time to put things on the agenda, ask relevant council members, ask relevant student members that would be influenced by this. That why it is placed on the agenda, and it's also based on the USAC website.
I just one other point too. If you do have a specific question about the motion, you can make a point of information directly to the chair, and the chair asks the member who made the motion.
Right.
Yeah, that doesn't count for 2 speeches.
Okay. So then with that, you've had one, so you can go.
All right, so I've heard an attitude from a couple of people here that I find a little bit disturbing. Trent and Ian, both of you seem to have been treating this as an experiment, I think. In your comments about pulling out for a year, seeing how it goes. And this is a really big deal. Like, there are a lot of students who are really counting on their opportunity to go to this delegation. There are a lot more students who indirectly benefit from it. And I don't think it's fair to just experiment with it, especially because, to be honest, I still don't have very much faith in the results of this experiment. Heather, you said that we need to trust our representatives to fulfill their role for their offices, but to be honest, I've seen Zach tested once with UCSI.
Lawyer at, sorry.
So I think I'd like to sort of clarify my attitude. I don't see it as an experiment at all. I see it as a very serious issue. And I detailed several reasons why I think it's better if we withdraw than we don't. Including the fact that we're really not doing the same rules and representation as other schools are. The fact that there's redundancy in our organizations that we're involved in. The last point I made was the fact that this decision that we make can always be reversed if it needs to be. So I'm just saying that it's not an experiment, but if for some reason in the future the council decides that this organization, that we should be a part of this organization, it's possible for us to do that, which should be a factor in our decision making. Because if this was a decision that could never be reversed, that does change the calculation.
Okay, so Danny, you spoke about it.
If someone wants to speak again, I was gonna move to vote, but it seems like people haven't exhausted their time, so I'm gonna.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I have Lexi and then Trent.
No, I was gonna agree with Danny. I think that at this point, already, we're doing a very roundabout discussion, and it's not necessarily getting anywhere. Okay, so I agree with Danny, that's gonna.
Okay, so you move.
Okay, good.
I'm gonna agree, Danny, you don't have that.
Okay, then I move to, I don't know, technical. Remove ourselves.
I call the question.
Yeah, this is a very discussion thing.
I call the question.
Okay, so then we have to, is there a second to the call question? Yes. Okay, so then we'll vote on the call question, then we'll go into the actual vote. So this is a vote to call question, to issue a vote on SSA. So those who vote in favor of the call question. This is a call to end debate.
To end discussion.
To end discussion. So clarification, this is a vote to end debate. Then after this vote is done, if it is approved, then we'll go to vote on the actual revoking of membership to SSA.
Separate motion.
Yeah, this is separate. So this first one is just a vote to end discussion. So those in favor of ending discussion, please raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those against? 1, 2. And those that abstain? 1, 2. Okay, so now this will be, since it was a majority, we'll go into the vote on the actual agenda item was USSA membership. So to revoke fees for 2015-2016 school year. Okay, so those who are in favor of revoking membership from USSA, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or did you raise your hand? Okay, start over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those against? 1, 2. And those that abstain? 1. Okay, to a 7-1 vote, USSA membership has been revoked. Okay, we'll go on to announcements now. Oh wait, sorry. Our new discussion item that was added. So C, this is the Let's Act in this investigation by COM. Sorry, send it over to Steph.
Okay, so as you all know, the Finance Committee was issued a directive during my predecessor's term to conduct an investigation regarding the misuse of student fees by the Let's Act slate as it pertains to their campaigning purposes during this past election season. And so the results, the Finance Committee completed the investigation. We have not forwarded the conclusion to the Judicial Board yet, but we found no evidence suggesting the misappropriation of student fees, specifically from the contingency fund. And I know you probably have a lot of questions regarding how FICOM came to our conclusion, and I definitely hope to clarify anything that might be on your mind. However, before this discussion begins, I'd like council just to be aware of how the Finance Committee and or how we, and I speak on behalf of the entire Finance Committee, sort of viewed our responsibilities in this context of the investigation. So we did feel that we did our due diligence given our jurisdiction as stated in the bylaws and we investigated primarily through the contingency fund. I think something that's helpful to know is that the contingency fund specific programming events, which the Finance Committee already conducts physical audits on through sampling on a week-to-week basis. And so these auditing procedures have been set forth in the past and will definitely continue to be set forth in the future. And secondly, for SUF, this fund is utilized mostly for supplies that student groups use throughout the year. And so just because of that kind of stretched out timeline, it makes it difficult to audit specifically SUF funds, and it makes it difficult to investigate specifically each of those SUF funds from different orgs. Yeah, and also amounts spent for SUF are relatively low, so that's something else to consider. So anyways, with that, I'd just like to put forth on the table an idea of creating an investigative body to who will basically have the resources to investigate similar matters if they do come up in the future, just because I felt like this year was a new case. FICOM was issued the directive, but we didn't necessarily feel that we had jurisdiction to rule over the entire case, and we did feel that we could thoroughly investigate at least contingency programming funds, but regarding a lot of the other things made in allegations, then we did not feel like we had adequate resources. And so just for future matters, I think we, and I speak on behalf of the Finance Committee again, feels that it might be good to just put this idea on the table for you all to vote on if you feel the need to. So I guess I just want to reiterate the three big reasons why I think an investigative body as a separate entity would be might be a good idea. So first, neither the Finance Committee nor Council have the necessary resources to do full-fledged investigations. And secondly, campaign-related issues in particular fall kind of out of our jurisdiction, which is why there's an e-board with multiple committees, including their own Finance Committee, to sort of deal with those campaign issues. Although I do understand why the directive was issued to us after e-board, kind of explained their case. But given that the election board code was, revised a lot this past year, I think maybe they might have more power to rule over any future cases if they do come up. And then thirdly, there was no case on point that we could really look to for guidance. So I think it's safe to say that there really are no formal investigative procedures that exist in this USAC space, which can be dangerous because I think if something out of the scope were to, something similar in scope were to occur in the future, then future council might not be consistent in their investigative procedures. So with that said, I welcome any questions that any of you have.
Before we take questions, so just kind of going off Stephanie's point, I mentioned this briefly in the Daily Brew article, but investigative body does not exist, so that's why FICOM was appointed this duty, because judicial boards rules on cases once material is presented to them, and then within that, USAC as a whole does not have that. Some other campuses do have something that's a little more similar, but it would be a body that would have to be created. I don't think it would have to be USA Constitution bylaw change, but I think it would just be a bylaw change if we wanted to create an investigative body with students or administration on board. That's why the committee was kind of created during spring with myself, Heather, the past president, Amina Baral, the BRD, and the FICOM, as well as Roy and Patty. Was supposed to be kind of that investigative body temporarily. But I think, if anything, because FICOM is able to look at the allegations regarding the misuse of student fees, however, there are other allegations that were included in those documents as well. So I think it's important that we have that body sometime in the future if we create it, not really for ourselves, but for future councils. That way that body will continuously exist. I have Danny.
My question would be if we created this body, so to speak, and I know I'm kind of just going off nothing, but would we have to create pull funding from different places to funded, and I'm interested to know
Mhm.
more of like how that might play out, in addition to like, would like, we have like an executive who would be like an appointed position by the president or.
Right, that's a good question. I think that that's something we all should consider. I know that a lot of different, like bodies or committees within the USAC bylaws, such as the funding committee, are already made up of, like elected officials and, people who sit on this council table and, like administrative reps, for example. And so those people, already like their stipends or salaries or wherever, whatever it would be would come out of their regular normal budgets, but there would just be another committee that's created that, they would basically have like a separate duty to fulfill. So I don't know if that's an idea, but if we did want to create an entirely separate entity, then yes, we'd have to find funding for that.
I mean, one way of kind of looking on, if we're looking at the bodies that already exist, such as judicial board, election board, they're technically separate from USAC, but they are my appointments. I appoint the election board chair, I appoint the judicial board justices. So that is a potential option, is to do an appointment and create a separate board. And then we could look into USAC funding, create something within the budget. I'm not sure exactly the specifics on that, I'll talk to Roy. But how would you have funding that specifically goes to J board? I think it's $100. We do have funding that does go to election board. So we have to look at that as a potential option. I think this is something crucial because we don't know what's going to happen in the future with anything. And it's also crucial that we look at the best way to make this body as impartial as possible as well. That's why we specifically appointed the FICOM, since the FICOM is typically speaking not really involved in either political party.
Right.
And so that would be a discussion we have to have in the future. Yeah, go ahead, you.
So FICOM did its best at this investigation. They found that they didn't find any evidence of attack skill.
Right.
But it's interesting that another legislative body could possibly do more. First of all, because we saw how false allegations can be really damaging during the election process. And also because at this point, any and all investigations to further clear the name of attack would be welcome.
Can you repeat that last part?
Any and all investigations to further clear the name of attack would be welcome.
Okay. Yeah.
Given you said that the budget committee did not have adequate resources to conduct the investigation, would you say that the investigation findings are inconclusive? Or would you say that you can reach a conclusion that misappropriation is?
I think based on the directive that was issued to us and based on what we felt our responsibility was as far as investigating as much as we could, then it would be complete. But if we were to, like, say there was another body that was investigating and they could have found more, I mean, we would never know, at least in this year, unless we were to go back and I don't really know how that would work if the finance committee kind of already decided and just haven't forwarded the documents to judicial board. But
I guess just really to clarify your question, did you reach a conclusive finding?
Yes, the finance committee did reach a conclusive finding.
So I think I'm still a little confused, so with just clarification. So by because I guess maybe Ian, you can help me out here with what your question's asking. So with regards to conclusive finding, are you asking if there was evidence proving otherwise, or if there was a lack of evidence, right?
Not necessarily asking if there's a lack of evidence. I'm saying, like, with what you actually, yeah, I guess I can't really clarify. My point is that you said you investigated mostly student and contingency, and you kind of evidence that there was any misappropriation.
I guess I should also explain our reasoning for why we felt that we were doing investigation. So for the higher funding process, the student group first has to apply and add a pre. Of course, in an application, there are guidelines in itself, and so all of those guidelines must be met, and the signatories must be registered with school and legitimate in order for a student group to be allocated funding in the first place. And so we did look through the application, and so that was fine. And then the second step for finding it would be approved by council, which should bring the matrix forward. And then thirdly, we would get to SGA, and SGA council's allocations. Once the groups wanted to actually take out the money from their account numbers, then you would have to fill up the requisition for it. And so there, it's technically audited by the finance committee and SGA. So it's kind of a dual two-step auditing process. So we check to make sure that they're meeting all of the guidelines and they're not, misusing student fees. And then SGA would also kind of audit themselves to make sure that tax are not being exceeded and all of that. And so I think we, just because we are very confident in our funding procedures in the past and current procedures and in the future, which will also be able to strengthen, then we felt that whatever was done, not whatever was done in the past, because we obviously stated, but the requisitions that were submitted in the past were legitimate, and we could not find any misuse of student, any evidence of student fees. So if that helps to clarify it.
And then I also had one more question, just clarifying the actual process. So you look into suits and contingency, correct? Cited in these possibly alleged document, or these alleged documents, it said that there were other student funding bodies that could have been misused. For example, I believe cited in it was discretionary. Would there be any way for FICOM to look into those allegations, or has there been any effort by FICOM to look at those allegations, and if so, would it be possible?
The discretionary, yes, I believe so, because they would have had to submit requisition forms. We haven't, I don't think, I have met with SGA to specifically find the exact form that was submitted for that group with the discretionary account, but I can spell or Kevin can forward on. So if you would like me to look into that, then I would be happy to. Another thing I should make about SGA only can use paperwork, I think, for up to 1 fiscal year, just because there's like such a large amount. And so in terms of like hard copies and all of that, there was super limited just because of the capacity and the space.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay.
I just have one more question.
Yeah.
Is there any reason why findings of the committee were reported to the other before they were reported to council or to the judicial board?
Yeah, I apologize about that. I think it was final internally, and I was meaning to bring it forth, but yeah, I will definitely try to keep everything.
All right, any other questions? Okay, so that is it for our new business. We'll go on to announcements now. So we'll start right here. Let's go on, just shout out if you got something. Marvin's thinking hard. All right, going up here. Anything? Announcements? Announcements. Road Bash is a new website. Oh, she's ready. Wait.
Super. We're running a new website. Really sick. Check it out. Our programmers do a really great job. Versus energy. Also, a lot of you asked about EAF, what applicants are forcing, but I will tell you guys that they don't have exactly what it is EAF business working out for that. But if organizations reach out to you and ask about that, they're currently open, and once we fill the capacity for the field, none of now, they just saw what I had.
All right. Any other announcements? All right.
Okay, I have a point of clarification in what I said earlier regarding Sam Oliver, because I've been tweeted at by Daily Bruin. I did not talk to his parents, nor did I say that I talked to his parents and reached out to him. We talked at the council in our group meet about how to, proceed with this tragedy on our campus, and some of the members of council were friends with him personally and with his,
close friend group, and they, after discussion with them, they said that it's best to just kind of, let them heal within their own space. So, point of clarification on the record for all of that. And also, I want to create a new position on council called the snack monitor. So I want to create a snack monitor, and how that will work is it'll be like every meeting will be a new person in charge of bringing snacks for snack time. And if you don't bring snacks, then you can't partake in snack time. So, yeah. You'll be the odd one out on council if you do not partake in snack time. So be on the lookout for a Google Doc. I'll have signups for that. The new snack monitor. So yeah, that's all I have.
Okay. I have a quick announcement. Just remember that the email that will be sent school-wide is due tomorrow at noon. It was originally due Friday at noon, but I pushed it back because I got people texting me and whatnot. / people at UCS today, clean myself. So Tuesday, tomorrow at noon. Let's try to get those in so I can send over to Dr. Gilbert's office. Plus, if she's so graciously offered to do it. Thanks, Dr. Gilbert. Thank you. Yes.
Whenever we send links to formatted links that work, if any of the links in the final document don't work, the entire email won't go out. It will take approximately 3 working days after I get the final document, all the links working, before it goes out to campus. You can do it either way. Okay. Again, you can do it either way. What we're going to need is that ultimately we get a single Word document, because that's the format that will then turn into the email.
Yeah, I briefly said that in my email, but it's on Google Doc right now, so I'm literally just gonna copy and paste it to a Word document. So if it looks really weird, then but it should be fine. So just please post that as soon as you can. Again, tomorrow at noon, if your office doesn't put anything, I'm just gonna assume your office doesn't want anything. If you need like a couple-hour extension, like please text me or let me know. But again, if I don't hear anything from you by noon tomorrow, there's nothing there. I'm just gonna assume you don't want anything, which is totally fine. It's a personal preference. Okay, with that, I can entertain a motion to adjourn meeting anytime.
I moved to adjourn.
Second by Danny. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11. Am I losing it? What's it? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All is yes. All is abstain. All right, at 10:54, I adjourn this meeting. Yeah, Heather Bean Trump, thank you. Turning off the live stream. All right, and once she gets back,